and then you play it. That's it. You're allowed to do duplicate factions, except for Beastmen and Slaanesh. If you only want to play one faction, you just declare that one faction 5 times. And then you're good. As long as it's not Beastmen or Slaanesh, you're fine. Noble Naldor, hello. 15 squats, oh god. Now, yeah, so that's how it works. If you guys want to sign up, you have 5 minutes. Whoop. 2, 3. Okay, I did a lot of walking yesterday. I'm gonna calm down on the squats before I die. I'm gonna disable that one actually. I'm just gonna stick with just the 15 squats, and then that should be enough exercise today. But yeah, you guys, give me factions. Type them in chat. Type them in chat, and then I'll pick the spiciest ones. So that's 5. Do it. Give me factions that you want to see me play for this tournament. 2, 3. Congrats on the victory. Thank you. 4, 5. I see some green skins. We need to buff you up, dude. My legs are tired, man. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Ooh, Vampire Coast. Vampire Coast, High Elves, Chaos Dwarves. Hey, Tazunki, thank you very much for the Prime sub. Much appreciated. Grand Cathay. Alright, so the ones I'm seeing the most, we're gonna try them out. So I'm seeing a lot of High Elves. I saw Slaanesh Ninja Jack. Let's see here. I saw a lot of greenskins. Skaven, of course. 2 more. Noble Naldor. You'll be representing the Twitch. We'll take 1 faction from Twitch. Dark Elves. And I see a lot of Cathay. Alright. Factions have closed. The faction picking is closed. Alright. So, tournament starts in a few minutes. Yeah, so I'm High Elves, Greenskin, Skaven, Dark Elves, Grand Cathay. Oh boy. This is gonna be great. Let's see here. Man, that's a janky roster, isn't it? It's fine. I can ban 2 of them. It'll be great. Very spicy indeed. So tournament starting in 3 minutes. That's when we will generate the random number ordering for the factions, and then it shall begin. Any last minute sign-ups, you guys are free to send them in. We have a lot of sign-ups today. We have quite a few. Quite a few sign-ups indeed. A lot of people picking a bunch of different factions. A lot of people just sticking with the one. Like Bigger Fish, 5x greenskins in all caps. MS Claw with Dark Elves ×5. Abdel, Beastman, Dark Elves, Ogre Kingdoms, Norsca, Slaanesh. And he has a 6th, which doesn't make sense, but I guess that one just doesn't count. Let's see here. Navigator, Empire, Kislev, Norsca, Vampire Coast, Dark Elves. Here, everyone's playing Dark Elves. Cool guy with the 5x Skaven. Nocturne with the 5x Batonia. It's great. So this new format, if you want to play it like an SFT, you totally can play it like an SFT. But, you know, if you want to mix and match factions, that's the way to go. But yeah, we already got our factions. You don't need to declare those anymore. So let's see. Announcement. Tourney at Goblins. And then let's see here. All right. Okay, there's a new player tournament going on. later. Okay, we don't have any tournament overlap. Wonderful. So round 1. The code is, and I can start. So this is what I'm using to generate the code. It's not going to be efficient in the slightest, but I can use it. Congrats on the big win. Thank you. Chaos Dwarves and Nurgle. Well, we got Chaos Dwarves, I think. No, we don't. Crazy. Let's see if you can get Doomfire Warlocks to work anywhere. They're kind of like Slaanesh Cav, right? They're fast. High damage, I guess. Siege Battle Tournament when? I don't even know how you'd balance it. Yeah, if Siege Battles weren't so jank, I might. Alrighty. So, let's see here. Let's start generating, I guess. So this is how we're doing it, right? So I generate. So the first number is 3. Then 2. 4. 5. And 1. Okay, so that's how we got the code. That means P1. That means the matchups are P1 faction 3. Wait, no, P1 faction 1 versus P2 faction 3. P2 versus faction 2. I mean, P1 faction 2 is versus that faction 3, 4, and 5. So number 3 is facing number 4, then 5, then 1. Okay. All right. So we'll do that. We'll let's see. I think everyone's checked in. Everyone's signed up, so we can begin now. Oh boy. We'll see if this format works or not. I think I thought it through fairly thoroughly, so that should be fine. So generate the bracket. And it begins. Tourney starting. All right. It begins. So let's see, how's this work? So I'm up against Ulrich Val. And my factions are, let's see here. So if I go to SFT Declaration, yeah, my factions is High Elves, Greenskins, Skaven, Dark Elves, Grand Cathay. His factions are Slaanesh, Betonia, Beastmen, Ogres, Warriors of Chaos. And the code is 32451. So the matchups are, let's see, it's Ulrich. So it's Slaanesh versus Skaven. Oh god, that's terrible. Or let's see here, Betonia, Beastmen, Ogres, Warriors of Chaos. Versus, so Betonia versus my Greenskins. Oh god. His Beastmen versus my Dark Elves. His Ogres versus my Grand Cathay. And his Warriors of Chaos versus my High Elves. Alright, okay, so that wasn't too painful. I think a lot of the people just starting the tournament might have to, they might spend a bit of time finagling it. There's a little bit of management that needs to be done, but seems like we're good. So he's top bracket, so he gets first ban. And then I ban 2 matchups. All of them seem terrible though. Slaanesh versus Skaven, I'm banning that one for sure. Betonia versus my Greenskins. Maybe Greenskins beat Betonia. Greenskins are pretty bad. His Beastmen versus my Dark Elves. Oh, maybe Dark Elves win that one. Ogre Kingdoms versus my Grand Cathay. That's a good one for me. And his Warriors of Chaos versus my High Elves, which I'll just have to scrap it out. Just choosing your faction include choosing my army. Well, you guys can give suggestions. We're playing casually today. Feel free. Yeah, my 5 factions are High Elves, Greenskins, Skaven, Dark Elves, Grand Cathay. He-Bane, Slaanesh, Skaven. Alright. Let's see here. I'll ban... let's see. I'll play Dark Elves versus Beastmen. That seems fine. Warriors of Chaos versus High Elf sounds like hell. I'll ban Warriors of Chaos versus High Elves and let's see here. What? Betonia Greenskins? And then we can fight Beastmen Dark Elves. That should be fun. So it's either Beastmen versus Dark Elves, Ogre Kingdoms versus Grand Cathay. Fun. Druchii time. Here we go. And the maps are preset, so we don't have to worry about map bans. It's just going to be Chateau. Chateau. There you go. Rockfort. Nice. Okay, so it's pretty smooth. Now I just got to make sure people get everything correct. Let's see here. Announcements, tourney. So B6 is asking me how it works. So I gotta explain it. Let's see, B6. So since the code is what's it? 32451. 32451. And your what's it? P2. That means your what's it? Yeah, so that means Nacho's first faction is against your let's see here, your Skaven. His second versus your second. His third versus your fourth, etc. All right, there we go. All explained. I gotta make sure we admin so that people don't get too confused, but otherwise it seems like there was only one confusion. Ulrich Wall wants to play Beastmen Dark Elves. Amazing. You guys are finally gonna get to see me play Dark Elves. I feel like I haven't played them in ages. Should I do the 5 minutes no rush? Slaanesh on open ground is pretty crazy, yeah. Ulrich Wall banned it though. He gave me the blessings. If there was ever a map to cheese, this is it. Really? This one? I feel like it's not that cheesy. Pretty open, not too many hiding spots. Glad to see you streaming again. What happened to your hair though? I got a haircut. What do you mean? So yo, Warcraft 3 tomorrow though. Very exciting. Make Doomfire Warlocks work? Oh god, alright. So I am taking mild suggestions. Doomfire Warlocks against Beastmen. How does that work? So Doomfire Warlocks have what? Soul Blight and Lesser Doombolt. Neither of which are crazy, but you know, the 92 speed cav for 1100. Kind of like Hellstriders, but worse. Executioners. Oh god. Let's see here. But yeah, I like the no rush. I like the no rush strat, where you kind of just idle. Kind of just idle for 10 years and then good. Beastmen are also pretty weak to mass infantry styles. So that should be pretty fun, perhaps. Anyone know what Lord is good against Beastmen, though? Is this like is this a Marathi game? Put Marathi in the air and then she can hunt down Malagor. She is 105 speed. Very interesting indeed. Okay. The chat already decide your fate? They already have. It's the early viewer. It's the early viewer, you know, advantage. Gotta give something back to the early birds. Congrats on winning the finals. Thank you. Too late to cast Orcs and Petonia. My matchups are High Elves, Greenskins, Skaven, Dark Elves, Grand Cathay. So you do get Greenskins. Alright, yeah, Malagor is really hard to hunt though, despite despite, you know, being able to match his speed, he's still gonna be just an absolute menace to catch, I'm sure. Love for them to do another Druchii update. It'd be nice. Be nice indeed. How'd the tournament end? I didn't see the finals. Did I win? I did. Spoilers. Let's see here. Yeah, I think we can probably just go with the Disgusto strat, and he has nothing he can really do, I think. Could be totally wrong. But if I just attack him when my passive triggers, it should be a free win, right? Easy peasy lemon squeezy. Not a problem in the slightest. Witch elves, should I go witch elves, guys? You see the sick, amazing witch elves. Let's see here. Ooh, okay, yeah, you know, this is a pretty nice build. I like this. Versus Beastmen. Totally winnable. Definitely not gonna get murdered by a million Centigores, right? You basically tabled the tournament. It's true. It was a very successful tournament. Tim the Wilder was sick, but in more ways than one. What about us late birds? You guys can give random suggestions on stuff you want. I may go for them. We're playing casually. Looks like, let's see here. It looks like there aren't too many other questions. So people seem to know roughly how to set it up. It's much simpler for the people that only picked one faction. So that's pretty nice. Ulrich Wall's ready. Oh, Nelly. Ulrich Wall was in, he was in the top 16. He was one of the players that qualified for the tournament. So we gotta do this one carefully, right? By the way, let me know if my in-game audio is a little quiet. I adjusted it for the call with Turn, and I didn't do the audio balancing fixes, so it may be a bit quiet, it may be a bit loud. Just let me know. Man, that Discord call with Turn was so jank. I'll just pretend it never happened. Hydras are kind of broken. You know, Hydras do have that breath attack. Oh yeah, yo, I won my Tomb Kings versus Slaanesh game, and then everyone played Slaanesh. Or everyone played Tomb Kings into my Slaanesh, and I got free wins. Although I will say, Tomb Kings is probably the best faction to try and face Slaanesh. Yo, it's hilarious though. I didn't lose a single game with Slaanesh in it. Sotek, what's up? You overslept, dude? No? Oh my gosh. What are you, Karavthir? Yo, this tournament format's pretty fun. So if you want to play only Lizardmen, you can. But you get two faction, you get two bans. So it's actually pretty, in theory, it's pretty free for 'em to new players and veterans alike. People who want to try a bunch of factions or not. All right, so this is the silly strat where we're going to idle for a little bit. We're gonna idle for a little bit, and then we should be good. All right, if I wait until like the six minute mark to attack, then I get to make maximum usage of my murderous prowess. It's pretty sick. And I can summon in some Dark Riders to farm Power of Darkness. Spam Melkoths, just get a little bit of poke damage in. And I just gotta hunker down on 1 point. What makes Tomb King so good into Slaanesh? They got pretty good infantry. Ushabti, melee Shabti are really good at killing armored infantry. So you basically just take a bunch of melee Shabti. Slaanesh does really badly if they can't win the frontline fight. They essentially get wrecked by having no, by forcing them to send their cavalry into your backline. You have such a cavalry advantage that even the strongest of Slaanesh units can't really uptrade in that situation. And then, then you're set. Then you win the game. Tomb Kings, with their ability to kill even the most elite of Slaanesh front lines, does really well. And what does he have? Pit of Shades, interesting. Yeah, and then they just have lots of infantry that can hold the point. Despite that, Slaanesh still trades fairly evenly against Tomb Kings. Like, I don't think it's an amazing matchup. I think it's just kind of it's good enough. Slaanesh is really good at just routing off your units 24/7. But Tomb Kings being undead don't really route too much. Where's Furuncle? Yeah, I brought 4 Doomfire Warlocks, okay? You can't say I didn't listen to chat. We have Doomfire Warlocks. Power and Darkness, by the way. Sick plays for days. Marathi with the infinite winds of magic. So this game's gonna be pretty silly. I literally am just going to idle for a bit and just chill, because as it stands, there's no reason to really take a fight against them when I can just sit back and relax. Like, I want to take that fight with my passive built up as much as possible. So the longer we wait, the better. He's gonna Melkoths these guys. Run, Dark Riders, run! If he knows the strat, he's gonna play it a little bit safer. Or he's probably gonna try and like get some kills in. If he doesn't know the strat, he's pretty boned. He gets the Melkoths, but I get a charge on his Chariot Lord. Very painful indeed. The Mantide, the Druchii Tide, coming on in. Getting some work in. So what, he has a Doom Bull? Okay. He has a lot of Cav, I must say, which are not going to do that much in this particular situation. Marathi, too, has her Greater Arcane Conduit. So her Melkoths are especially powerful. And yeah, I'm just gonna wait, man. I'm just gonna wait and then take the mega fight. There's absolutely no reason for me to engage. The more units I get on the battlefield, the more advantaged of a situation we will find ourselves in. Of course, he gets another Melkoths on these guys. They're actually gonna start dropping entities. Maybe I just desummon them so I don't lose entities and this thing builds up. But it feels like such a waste of money, man. I guess we're both Melkothsing each other. We're both spamming Melkoths, whatever. Okay, we got some boys here. Got some boys. I'm just gonna get these guys to essentially instant breaking point. There you go. And we're just chilling, man. I get stronger by the second. Now, he can disengage when my passive triggers, but that's why we have Doomfire Warlocks, right? The Doomfire Warlocks are gonna crush it. Okay, these guys are getting danger close to death. You know what? Let's just back up with them, man. They're getting spiced up a little too hard. I don't like it. I don't like it one bit. Maybe he is trading slightly better. I wonder if he thinks I have shades because of this little empty pocket I got here. Yo, does he have any cavalry units? I guess I might as well hit these guys. Oh, the slow's stronger because of our magic amplification. That's kind of cool. But yeah, I wanna start going hella wide. There's no reason not to go extremely wide in this situation. And yeah, we still don't have to really engage. God, this is a filthy strat. It's a Tim the Wilder special though. And basically I want to go for a triple cap. I gotta get a triple cap because that really puts him in a tough position. He has to fight me or I'm just gonna win via tickets. Let's see here. Another thing is that my composition is generally better than his because he's probably gonna start running out of good units to summon in eventually, which will hurt him quite a bit. Melkots on the butchers is not fully effective, but killing entities on them is just so valuable right now. I gotta go for it. All right, there's the main tide swarm. I still have lots of time, by the way. Still have lots and lots of time. But I'm thinking we probably want to take this engagement now. Given that, you know, he's already taken a good amount of damage, right? You know, there's not too much else to summon on in. I'll have my, my Doomfire Warlocks. And this is where we zoom out. And make sure that we do this properly. So, let's see here. There we go. We'll get our range units on them. His butchers have taken some heat. And if I just hard push them into his spawn, I'll have my passive triggered, my army passive triggered for an incredibly long amount of time. I think it lasts a minute. Lasts a minute, 30 seconds. So it's going to be rather nice for us. I just got to get it triggered, which is not the hardest thing in the world. There goes the Centaurs. Marathi's just finding a target. We'll hit up his Centaurs over there. It's only Doomfire Warlocks I can summon in now, by the way, which is perfect for me. And there's a massive Pit of Shades for him. Okay. Pretty brutal, pretty brutal. Where's this guy at? I guess I can debuff these dudes. Does that, yeah, decreases damage and armor. That's pretty high. Sure, why not? We'll just chuck that out. We got a nice rear charge on his Korngors. I should have a triple cap. He's on the run, which is beautiful. And now I just have to hold the points. Make sure that my passive triggers effectively. And then I think I shouldn't have much to worry about. Sons of Goro should take a lot of damage from my spellcasting. We also just have an absurd number of infantry units. There's the triple cap. And soon my passive will trigger. Although honestly, he's already taking massive damage. I think my units are just trading way better. Oh, there we go. There's the passive. That's a good one. Let's see. I'll just get a Doom Bolt in there. Yeah, so this passive is crazy for the Dark Elves. A minute and a half. And it gives you 15 leadership and perfect vigor. 15 leadership and essentially perfect vigor. It's kind of insane. Definitely an ability that you want to make the most out of. It's like a mega wall, right? Like all your units are just going to be crushing face, man. And you can see right now, like none of my guys are routing. A lot of them are rallying, and I still have like a minute left of this. It's a surprisingly powerful play. You know, like, yeah, look, just grinding against them, man. And as long as we make massive use of this, I think there's no way we lose this one. He is kind of capturing the point, though. A little spooky. His Lord, however, is taking crazy heat. The Doomfire Warlocks, weirdly enough, are actually performing rather well. I didn't expect the Doomfire Warlocks to do so well, but they actually are kind of cooking in this particular situation. And yeah, he just doesn't really have the composition. The power of the Dark Elves. It's the weight. It's the weight and build him up style. I should be able to kill off his caster here now. Yeah, they're all dead, man. And I still have 22 seconds of this. I still got 22 seconds of this passive. Look at this 50 melee attack, man. 25% melee attack boost. Now that's a buff spell. Like, usually I knock on buff spells, but this one's definitely value. No angry witch elves though, yeah, unfortunately. But yeah, now he's super triple capped and it's over. If he had avoided a fight, I would have surpassed him on victory tickets too. So it wasn't too bad. We just kind of made full usage of it. Morathi's good too because Power of Darkness really lets you just sit back and relax. You get a huge magic advantage because you're playing a stall game. And I believe he just has no more units. Crazy, man. Oh, I love this strategy so much. I think Warhammer is definitely just a big game on trying to maximize your hard hitting abilities. Like with Tomb Kings, you're trying to maximize your healing passive. With Dark Elves, you're trying to maximize this army ability. With Slaanesh, you just want to spam Pavane. It's not that exciting. But we take the win. Dark Elves have prevailed against Beastmen. Yeah, you charge the bar by fighting. I believe it's deaths on the battlefield that gets it triggered. It's not an activatable ability. You just kind of have to work with what you got. Morathi got mega value because I was spamming Melkoths. And yeah, he just didn't have anything to summon. Like literally he only had Cav, which is not gonna cook. The only Cav, man. Versus Beastman. Dark Elves win. Yeah, so like it's really weird. Centaurs don't really perform well unless you have a larger army or like an even-sized army. You can see how badly they did, man. And Centaurs are usually so OP. Maybe if you had some Bestigors, they could have cleaved through my guys. Doomfire Warlocks actually did pretty good. This one had 210 kills. The only one that underperformed didn't really take any damage. Hell yeah, man. Yo, this is a fun Dark Elf build. Yeah, that Doomfire Warlock value. They only, like, melee units will generally, even if they perform well, will do slightly below their cost. So this is nice. GG. Also, that surround on his Lord, man. 25%. So I had 50 melee attack Doomfire Warlocks surrounding his Lord. Just getting a million hits in on him, poisoning him. Not bad, not bad. I feel like maybe if I master this Dark Elf playstyle. There's some factions that don't have the artillery chops to punish a stall attack. So you could totally do this versus like a lot of factions. The only thing that makes it suck is if you get triple capped, I think. I thought you didn't like Dark Elf rushes. Well, this one's kind of cool. What else does it give? Yeah, so it gives perfect vigor, 15 leadership, 20% AP missile damage, 25% charge bonus, 25% melee attack. It turns your units into melee gods, man. There's also Murderous Mastery, which doesn't really do much else. It just lasts 2 minutes instead of 90 seconds. That's actually very useless. I guess it causes fear or whatever. Can vampires trigger it by sacrificing five zombie units? Yeah, so like if you actually go here, right? So let's say you have like, you have a handful of dudes here, right? And then they just have like a bunch of marauders. So like how many units do they actually have to sacrifice to trigger it? I don't know. We'll have to take a look-see. I want to like Cold One Knights, but man, I feel like they fold so fast. Cold One Knights are, they're your typical shock cavalry. You need to get a solid charge with them. But if you do, their damage is not too bad. So you see this. Yeah, it triggers once a certain number of combatants has been killed. The lower the army size at the beginning, the easier it is to trigger. So in a very small army situation, you could definitely wait. What the? It should be 20. Okay, 50. Eh. You're gonna have to sacrifice a lot of units. I think with undead, it's easier to trigger it. So if I was playing as Tomb Kings, maybe I do just sacrifice like a couple skeletons just to trigger the passive. Don't engage for a minute and a half, and then you're good. But even, yeah, even with not too many units, you have to lose like a lot of value. You need some hella chaff. Easiest way to do this, you know, it'd be hilarious. Imagine playing as vampire accounts and you Wind of Death your zombies. You Wind of Death your zombies at the beginning, and then you get it triggered, and then you take the fight a minute and a half later. Dang, yeah, it takes forever to trigger. Is it always 350? What if I have a bigger army? Let's see. But yeah, I think Undead could definitely just sacrifice a bunch of units and kind of screw you over. If it's always 350, it's pretty easy to get triggered. Chaos Dwarves could send Goblin Laborers and do this, yeah. Bretonia could use Peasants. I think the Dark Elf passive is like the only thing keeping them good right now. It's kills, not damage. Okay, yeah, so the more units you have, the harder it is to trigger. So because my starter build was kind of infantry max, it actually did take a lot to trigger it. So it's gonna be a little bit hard in an infantry max start to proc it. Like, you're gonna have to send some zombies in, and then you're gonna have to nail a Wind of Death. But if you goof it up, then it can be really bad. Warriors of Chaos kind of screwed for this strat. Well, you can play Kite Warriors of Chaos and it's a little bit better. Obviously, Kite against infantry max is not the best idea. I don't know, maybe it's just good. I think there are some counters though. You know, it's kind of similar to Tomb Kings, right? Just gotta find a weakness in their army. Focus fire, like, you know, 1 or 2 units, get like a Pit of Shades or something, I don't know. And then you should be able to get it triggered. But like, you know, you're not gonna sacrifice 5 Marauders to get this out, right? It's just, it's too many losses. The buildup is actually rather slow, so you have to be, like, unless you have a hell of a lot of zombies, it could be a little sus. I think it's based off the model count of both armies. So here, let me spam units here, and it should be a higher count. This is valuable information if I ever play against Dark Elves. Yeah, it gets higher. So if you go Mantide, you are so screwed, man. Imagine going Mantide into this Dark Elf strategy. Number one, you can't trigger the passive until the main fight goes on. And their Mantide is going to be like 50 times stronger than yours. Holy moly, man. You're going to get shredded. Witch Elves with a 25%, like, oh my god, man. You're just so screwed. This is a crazy buff. This is an absurd buff, okay? The, what's it? Murderous Mastery. Like, just 25% melee attack bonus and 15 leadership. For, like, forever, right? So, like, what even compares, man? But yeah, like, if you go an army like this, and then the Dark Elves take the grind against you, you can see it builds up a lot once the Dark Elves actually want to take a fight. So there go the Nurglings. So the Witch Elves right now have 46 melee attack. It triggers, they go up to 55. They go up to 55 melee attack. That's crazy. That's crazy. And it goes to 58 because their vigor becomes perfect. 58 melee attack, man. 59 because they're ranking up. Dude, that's the same melee attack as like Sigvald. Each one of these witch elves becomes Sigvald. And then they have bonus 8 versus infantry. Terrifying, man. It lasts forever. It never goes away. Yeah, you can use their abilities too. Oh my gosh. So yeah, we're definitely cooking with this one. The Hag Kislev build demolishes this one though. Another W for Kislev. Well, it's Kislev, man. Kislev's insane. Would be nice to see me playing Nurgle with Soul Grinder. I'm pretty bad with Nurgle. At some point, I gotta learn them though. Let's see there. Witch Brew is another 24 melee attack. So you can get to like 100 almost. Get to like 100 melee attack. Or at least like, you know. At least like 90-ish melee attack. 50% more damage. Sigvald should have 69 melee attack. Yeah, and 69 melee defense. I feel like that would be an apt buff for the oft-used Siggy. Oh, he has 70 melee attack. Okay, never mind. I guess he is a bit chonkier. Yeah, give him 69 melee attack, man. What are you doing, Sia? The Rotfly return. All right, so just we're waiting on 2 more matches, so I can start generating the next code. Let's see here. Okay, so 1. It starts with 1. 1 at Goblins. Round 2. Code is 1 4 1 4 2 5 2 5 3. All right, and then I can message that in tournament chat. Nerexa says the map selection is very towards open, wide maps. I just picked the maps that Turin gave, okay? It's just, it's from the Turin, it's... It took a bunch from Turin's last grand finals. Look, if anyone's rigging it, I swear... It's not rigged. Oh my gosh, I'm rigging it, guys. I'm rigging it. Okay, I will say I did take some maps that were like, you know, that I kind of like, but I swear there was one of them that was actually, one of them was a little closed. Isn't Decrepit Moor a little bit closed? It says, you know, the tiebreaker's a little closed. Look. We'll get some spicier close quarters maps later, okay? Thank you very much, by the way, Spirit of the Gorg, with 5 euros. Man, steamrolled and speedran the Season 9 finals and just goes back to Grind Monday. To the Grind Monday doing side quests. Yo, I will say, these streams have prepared me better for that tournament than anything else. The encouragement, like the incentives to play as a bunch of new factions every day to keep the streams nice and exciting made me so ready. I had like 8 different factions that I could confidently play in the finals. Has this become a gambling stream? Not yet. Not quite yet. We'll get there eventually though. Nah, I'm not a big fan of real money gambling. In-game gambling, though, you know, if we want to, I don't know, open CSGO boxes. I don't know. Even that's a little controversial. Maybe not. Congrats on the tournament win. Thank you. Can YouTube see my cute emotes? Let's see. Oh, it can. Hell yeah, man. Hell yeah. Okay, we're still waiting on 2. Oishi and Rusty? Oh my gosh. The Oishi Rusty grudge match. Didn't they play in the tournament? Or did they barely miss each other? Yeah, yo, the Twitch emotes works. Thank you very much, Restream. You gonna do a themed build or be a bit competitive? Nah, what kind of chilling? I might take like 1 or 2 requests from chat. We might take bribes. We're back to bribes again because the grand finals are done. So if you want me to just like do something crazy, you can do that. If you don't want to donate for that, just message in chat. I'm reading chat. If there's a suggestion that I think is fun, I might take it. Last game was Doomfire Warlocks. They did pretty good. Oh my gosh. Total War gotcha game. Open unit packs. It's like, dang it. I got chosen again. That's my 10th chosen. At least I can upgrade them so my chosen have chevrons now. That would be disgusting. That would be disgusting. The Total War community is way too old to be supportive of gotcha mechanics. But then again, it means you have money. So if they do it just right, I'm sure CA would still make hella bank. But they said that they're not too interested in that. Instead, we just have 50 DLCs we gotta buy. But hey, you know, if you can buy it, then you're done. No RNG spending. One more match. One more best of 5. Sylvanian crossbowmen when? I think if they ever do that, they're gonna have to nerf vampire counts into the ground. Vampire counts really are strong in melee because of their inability to fight in range. Man, one Sylvanian crossbowman in every vampire counts build flips the meta so hard. Everyone dies. You just instantly lose the game against counts. And the threat of them too, they might not even bring them. They might just go the normal builds. Like, I talked with Tim the Wilder. We both agree Vampire Counts is probably the 3rd strongest faction after Beastman and Slaanesh. Stop DLCs. Waifu roulette. Is that what we're calling it now? You know, I did looking at the models, the some of the more recent models look so much better than the older ones. I remember making thumbnails with Aranessa. Like the Sisters of Twilight models look great. Aranessa though, man, created in a different time, man. Aranessa, I don't know, she got like I don't know, man. I don't know. They did something. They did something messed to her. The damsels too for Bretonia. Oh boy. Oh boy, could be better. Maybe it's intentional though, you know. You think Vampire Counts is better than Demons of Chaos or Ogre Kingdoms? I do. In the grand finals, people are running Vampire Counts and winning with them more than Demons of Chaos and Ogres. In fact, Demons of Chaos and Ogres was probably Demons of Chaos, I didn't see a single Demons of Chaos game in my run. And Ogre Kingdoms wasn't seen either. Peasants look just fine, yeah. For the unit, they look beautiful. But no, Demons of Chaos I think is way overblown. I think there was a little bit of hype hovering around them for a bit. But maybe they're only usable when Seekers are allowed with them. But Seekers are not allowed. Seekers are not allowed. Happy to see Ogres get wasted by Vampire Counts in the championships. Did Vampire Counts even drop a game, Maximillionaire? As far as I could tell, Vampire Counts kind of dominated, man. They kind of annihilated. All right, round 2. Round 2. So in SFT declaration, we'll give the code. In tournament chat, we'll give the code. And we're up against Son of Heaven. Hell yeah, man. Son of Heaven. There we go. Yo, yo. Send up my factions. There's the lobby code. So what's he playing? Son of Heaven is playing... Man, so many signups today. So nice. When I first started, we barely got like 10 people. Now we got like 1 million dudes. It's so nice. Okay, Ginny G is dropping out of the tournament. Where are they at? All right, so they're up against Ulrich Rahl. Totally fine. Ulrich Rahl's poor opponent points, man. They're gonna get wrecked though. Who's fourth? Wood Elves. It's High Elves, Greenskins, Skaven, Dark Elves, Cathay. He's Dark Elves, High Elves, Empire, Wood Elves, Norska. The code. So this format, it is a little annoying because you have to like check back on the code too and find your opponent's factions. But it seems really manageable, despite being a fairly, like, it's a new kind of complicated system. We finished first round in 40, like 42, 43 minutes? That's a decent pace. It's like 5 minutes slower than usual. I would expect it to speed up as time goes on. So our first matchup is High Elves versus, no, it's Dark Elves versus High Elves. High Elves, Empire, Wood Elves, Norska. High Elves. So Dark Elves versus High Elves. His Dark Elves versus my High Elves. Then his High Elves versus my Dark Elves. Okay. The opposite end of that matchup. His Empire versus my Greenskins. His Wood Elves versus my Grand Cathay. Oh, that's spicy. And his Norska versus my Skaven. Okay, well, obviously Norska Skaven sucks. That one sucks. We're not playing that one, all right? Screw that business. That sounds like absolute hell. I do feel like Vampire Counts has very polarizing matchups in general. You'd be surprised how consistently they can win versus a lot of factions. Like, have you seen Maximilianaire dominate SFTs with Vampire Counts? The guy goes ham. Oh crap, I forgot my win-loss tourney. Scoreboard. There you go. 1-0. Dude, Vampire Counts can totally cook in a lot of situations. Absolutely. They can dominate. Jade Tomb is the next map. He bans Empire Greenskins. I'll ban. You know, High Elf, Dark Elf is such a classic matchup. Maybe we'll just play those. Let's see here. Grand Cathay versus Wood Elves could also be really fun. I'll ban Norska versus Skaven. And I'll ban his Dark Elves versus my High Elves. So then that way, I get to play Dark Elves versus High Elves. Or Grand Cathay versus Wood Elves. What's the worst that can happen? It's just Son of Heaven. Wood Elves on the tree map? Totally fine. I'll figure it out. I'm sure it'll be good. You choose Vampire Counts over Kislev and Warriors of Chaos? Yeah. As a faction, I think they're stronger. Vampire Counts, Maximilianaire, he beat my Kislev blob with them. And I think a similar build would have beat ranged Kislev too. I think I'm just worse at playing Vampire Counts than I am at the other ones. Alright, we're playing Dark Elves versus High Elves. Alright. Alright guys, Dark Elves versus High Elves. This is as classic as it gets. They cook until you run into Demons of Chaos in the top 4. Okay, yeah. Demons of Chaos is probably the most annoying matchup for Vampire Counts. There's a couple matchups that are just god-awful, but in general, I think they're not too polarizing. As long as you know what you're doing. Dark Elves and Cathay are your favorite factions. Either way, you're happy. Oh, hell yeah. So this is Son of Heaven, so I gotta win this. No 3-1 shenanigans until we get to round 3. Also, yeah, Slaanesh do need chariot buffs. I think it's just the army abilities that are hard carrying right now. Nerf the army abilities by a lot. Get Pavane out of there, and Slaanesh is way more reasonable. Still very strong, but way more reasonable. Alright, how am I playing this? How are we playing this one? It's High Elves. So they have many options. They can chuck a Tempest on my face. That would be most disheartening. Yeah, how do I not just get a Tempest in my face and then we die? Does anyone know? Morathi is way too squishy. I think she's way too squishy. You can't just take Morathi and not get murdered. Okay, this should be fine. They can deal with demons with Terrorgeist and Tempest. Who? Warlocks when? I ran Warlocks last game. I gotta spice it up now. Let's see here. What is it that High Elves fear? What is it that they fear? You want to see Malice Darkblade? I don't think he has a good. I don't think he has a good track record here against. Yeah, against High Elves. Malice, unfortunately, kind of the suck. Just a little sucky. What do I want? Do I want this unit? Is this a good unit? I don't know, maybe. Sure, why not? Let's go the huge. Can't be that bad. I don't know if you know, I kind of like the Doomfire Warlocks from that last game. Tinko, thank you very much for the prime sub. Kraken Lord where? Oh, that's true. Yeah, I'm not playing with the Kraken Lord with Logue here. Look, if I wasn't up against Son of Heaven, I would be so much more confident. I want to make it to semis, though, okay? You can't just not make it to semis. That would be pretty sucky. That'd be big suck. Is he going to go a bunch of single entities, maybe? I think I have a good enough solution versus single entity spam. How about his cavalry? Do I have good options versus Cav? Absolutely. Absolutely we do. And then with the last of my money, I will take one of these. Okay. I think I have a pretty nice build. It's Dark Elves versus High Elves, Domination. High Elves should suck, right? As far as I'm concerned, High Elves are garbage. Witch Elves and Sisters of Slaughter, though, they're gonna get archered to death so hard. You think Slaanesh works as a faction without Pavane/army ability? Absolutely yes. Think about Beastmen. Beastmen have great cavalry, pretty good infantry, and some single entities that cook. Slaanesh is the same thing but better. The Slaanesh is Beastmen, but better in every single possible way. More or less. So, yeah, I think Slaanesh will be fine even if they don't have army abilities. Bring a Lord on the ground. Well, yeah, you don't want to get Tempested. Remember when High Elves used to be peak in Warhammer 2? I remember. That was at the peak of the chariot meta. When nobles on chariots could actually fight single entities. It was kind of disgusting. Crazy healing. Healing was not really nerfed yet. Worst monsters on Slaanesh? Probably the Soul Grinder. Unless I'm forgetting something. Beastmen got better archers? I guess they do. Slaanesh is archerless. So that does actually make a difference in some matchups too. I guess you're right. My eyes are still dry, by the way. I gotta drink more water. I'm also gonna open the window. 1 second. Your performance in Turin season finals was awesome. Thank you. Alrighty. Dark Elves. You've been maining them recently? Oh, hell yeah. This is by far the most powerful style, and I'm having too much fun with it right now. Don't judge me. Don't judge me, okay? Ready, good luck, have fun. So, yeah, it's power and darkness and then spam some spells. The first thing I summon in are my Dark Rider repeater crossbows. We use them for mana gathering. Then we stall spell kite them essentially, and then we're good. What do you think about War Hydras? I think War Hydras are easily shot to death. I think they're a little too easily shot to death. The healing's nice, but the routing is really bad for them. It's very thematic for Dark Elves to just have a wave of murderous prowess. I will say it's pretty cool that that's a legitimate way to play Dark Elves. Like, you know, they're getting all frenzied in the slaughter, right? It makes sense. So he bought a kite build, which means he can't really pressure me super hard. He did bring some units in there, in that little nook, so we'll have to be wary. Power of Darkness, doing pretty good. Caster just needs to not get Altharian in the face. That would be most unfortunate. Looks like Altharian wants to murder her. Interesting. Is Skirmishers moved off here, I guess? Where are your Shadow Warriors, man? I thought he had Shadow Warriors. 13. 6, 4. Okay, no, he doesn't have Shadow Warriors. Okay. Well, that certainly makes life easier for me. Get over here. A little chill wind action. Hell yeah. So yeah, I'm just gonna hit him with the chill wind. Maybe even get another point. The longer we stall our main fight, the better things become. I want to, you know, I obviously want to capture points and all that. But I don't need to take a big old fight against this guy. You know, maybe I trade down a little bit because he's kiting my my Corsairs. But I also have my, you know, I got my sick chill winds. You know, it does, oh crap. It doesn't do more damage if you overcast it, whatever. Whatever, you live and you learn. But yeah, you know, like I got my chill winds spam. I got my Dark Riders, got my one Witch Elf over here. For the lulz, I guess. Overall, it doesn't matter if we're just gonna dominate the main fight. Which is exactly what's gonna happen here. He just healed those archers. That's crazy, man. Never seen a man take care of his archers so well. Spearmen, though. Should be able to bully them. He's gonna take out one of my skirms. So we'll just pull him back. Ouch. Altharian's kind of painful. Get a couple volleys off on him. I guess that's okay. I got a couple spears for his reavers. That's pretty cool. You know, overall the Altharian damage is actually quite nice. I do like that. His reavers are super caught up too in the forest. And we're almost ready for just the full frontal thrust into him. Trading wise, things have been not too bad. It's fairly even. That's a good slow, by the way. His poor spear is getting kind of mangled there. We're gonna get another Corsair. And like honestly, the trading's fine. Like just look at the value, right? Trading's totally fine. I'm aware he does have healing though, but you know, like ticket wise, we're doing good. And now he has to make a choice, right? Is he going to try and push deeper into my territory where he's going to take even worse trades? Or is he going to wait a while and take bad trades, just in general, you know, because of my passive? It's a lose-lose situation, theoretically. Okay, he's getting a little bit of damage here. Eltharion, indeed, is a menace. He really wants that fight, though. That's crazy, man. That's absurd. I don't think you want that fight, unless he's trying to sacrifice units right now, which I think is, you know, maybe that's what he's doing. You see him sending in those spears? I should just commit then. Look, if you want to sack your cav, I'll take it, man. I'll take it. I don't think it's a good idea. Because the Dark Elf Tide has been activated. He just took a really bad fight. This should be about as perfect as possible for me. We're just gonna give him the big shove back over here. Just shove him all the way back into the spawn zone. Eltharion can really only get so much damage into. He is not an especially terrifying force of nature. Neither are the skirmishers, really. Nice. We got a little bit of a route there. Just a couple reavers. I got more dark riders. And my passive is going to trigger at the best time possible after a little bit of fighting is done, which is when we need the vigor the most. Let's get the cav in there. Eltharion still looking pretty rough. We've already been taking great engagements in general, too. Sure, we'll just go over there. And I just gotta capture the points as fast as I can. Point captures are important because I'm going to be extremely pushed into his back line. And that's just asking for trouble. It's asking for trouble indeed, where he may start coming back in value. Right? We're kind of using our passive to make an advantage if we just don't delete him off the bat. Which we might. Like, it looks like he has no units, man. I don't know about you guys. Mad Lad straight up doesn't have any units. Like, whatever. I'll summon the Witch Elves, man. I'm sure the Witch Elves will do great. We're definitely going to be able to capture this one soon. I just got to kill off his spears here, which would otherwise cause me issues. Oh, I guess they're Silverin. The Spearmen. Okay, they're just really chonky Spearmen, I guess. All right, well, it's fine. His archers are firing away, but my passive's about to trigger, which means the end times are nigh for my opponent. The end times are most definitely nigh, because he's not going to route anything off if we do this just right. I just got to keep my units stable for long enough for that to trigger. There we go. There's the bloody onslaught. So now he's going to start losing units left, right, and center. We got our units here just cleaving through his boys. I got Witch Elves rampaging into his spears on the far side. They'll just die. Yeah, there we go. Yeah, I had just enough units. I had just enough power so that my guys wouldn't rout off in the main engagement. And now we're ultimately amped up in the middle of a crazy fight. These spears have 31 melee attack, bonus versus large against Eltharion. He got routed off by spears. That's how powerful my basic infantry are here. We even got some cavalry over here. And now we just shove them all the way back into the spawn zone. These Witch Elves have 58 melee attack. We tested it in practice. Or we tested it in theory. In practice, it also still works. There's a slow on his calves, so they won't be coming back. I guess we'll just brace with these guys. Why not? And yeah, it's mass routes abound, man. 43 melee attack chaff. Insane. Yo, I should play Dark Elves more often. I know I'm playing against High Elves, so like this is not the most impressive thing in the world, but the feelings of power are most definitely there, let me tell you. He's just getting mangled. Pump those elven legs. How many more seconds do I have of this? Okay, it just ran out. It literally just ran out. At the perfect time, though. All I need is 90 seconds. Don't quote me on that. Yeah, 90 seconds. You know, 90 seconds is a really long amount of time, guys. And in this case, it was just perfect for the situation. Here we go. No more anything. Actually, though, like legitimately, it's just enough time. Like any shorter and it would run out before the fight's over. Common high elf L, most definitely. Most definitely. There you go. Eltharian's is dead, dude. I have a 4,000 ticket advantage against him. 4,000 ticket advantage. Still, I've almost used all my magic because we really just dragged out this game into infinity. Good stuff. Having to time an army-wide ability feels kind of iffy. It is a little iffy that you can't like trigger it manually. It feels a little weird that like the Dark Elves are so undisciplined that, you know, like why can't you just save your murdering for just the right time? I don't know. But whatever, it's, you know, it's good enough. It's good enough, and that's what matters. What is this? Reavers? Totally fine. My Lord's doing goodies. She may route off these Silverins soon. Or I must say they are holding quite well. But yeah, the great thing about the waiting too is that, so even if he did kill all of my army, there's no way he captures the points fast enough. He'd have to go all the way down to this victory location to get it fixed. All right, there we go. Adminning. This game's pretty over. I can admin. It's fine. Was it spears? All right, sick. Nice. Dark Elves for the win. Genuinely, I think they are a very fun counterpick faction. Based off of this performance. Like, these are some of the easiest wins versus top players I've had in a while. Then again, it was High Elves. But yeah, Ulrich Wall should just take the win because his opponent dropped. GG. Dark Elf supremacy. Nightbot's deleting your messages. You're posting things that seem like links. Using Power of Darkness on a Hydra that regens is basically free wins. Oh yeah, that's pretty cool, yeah. That's pretty cool. Yeah, the mild disrespect. It was pretty over, though. Some Demons of Chaos shenanigans would be fun. Yeah, yeah. How does guys do? Just not good enough? Oh, boy. Yeah, you can see where he really faltered. Some of his spears got, like, negative value. Meanwhile, my Bleak Swords were paying for themselves in spades, man. Hand bows even did amazing. One of them got focused, though. The Witch Elves? The Witch Elves with 400? You know, if the Witch Elves are completely uncontested, I guess I can get some value. Jonathan, thank you very much for the Swiss? No, it's Swiss francs. Swedish kroners.
Swedish Scandinavian.
Swedish.
Francs.
As in from Sweden. Which is unfortunately not called Swedeland. Thank you very much. Now for the real challenges with Swedish Scandinavian francs. No, we got it right. I got it right, I think. Anyways, how'd the cold one nights do? Not great. Though these ones are full HP. The one that did fight got, they paid for themselves. I'll take it, I'll take it. Alright, so Ulrich Wall should... Let's see here. Did he... Ulrich Wall, yeah, so I'll just drop his opponent. Should be fine. I just gotta make sure his Swiss points are correct here. Ulrich Wall has 1 Swiss point. Nice. Okay, we're good. We're goodies. So far, 2-0 on the tournament win bracket. Yeah, I'm so excited for Warcraft 3 tomorrow, by the way. It's gonna be a fun run. Swedish fish. No Nordic. Oh wait, no, it is kroner. Crap, it is Swiss kroner. Oh my gosh, it's Swiss kroner. Wait, SEK is Swiss kroner. SEK currency. It's Swedish kroner. Oh my gosh, what the crap? It is krona. Oh my gosh, I did get it wrong. Oh my gosh, I goobered it. It's Swedish krona. Yeah, because the K means that it's krona. Oh my gosh, wait, it's Swedish. It's not even Swiss. Yeah, because it's Swiss francs. Yeah, so it is Swedish krona. Wait, did I say Swedish krona? No, maybe I was right. Anyways, we're good. Look, you tell me what currency that. I don't know. Let's see here. You know what? Pop quiz for you guys, okay? What currency does Chad use, huh? You guys know what currency Chad uses? I bet you don't. I don't. What currency does Chad use? Okay, maybe some of you guys might know. It's Central African francs again. It's always francs. Dang, how many places use francs? Chat uses channel points. Chad coins. Euros. Yeah, it's hard, all right? It's hard. All right, just because I'm not European, all right? It's the distance that makes it difficult. Twitch chat uses bits. Yeah, Peaceful Romancer, you're right. Francs. They use francs. Central African francs. Would you look at that? Is there a different currency beside dollars? I've heard tales. Let's see here. What's the next map? The next map is Edge of the Darkwood. Dang, Edge of the Darkwood is also a massive map. Yeah, maybe I should have picked some closer, tighter quarter maps. I'll slap in like a Ragnarok lair at some point. Chad coins, dollar bills. RIP Canada, Sweden, international relations. All right. What does Canada use? They use the crappy Canadian dollar. Is the Canadian dollar the cheapest dollar? Is Canadian dollar the cheapest dollar? Let's see here. Canadian dollar. What is the cheapest dollar in the world? The Iranian rial. It's not really a dollar though, right? Which currency's dollar is the lowest? Lebanese pound is the weakest currency in the world. RIP. Iranian rial, Vietnamese dong. It's called Vietnamese dong. Lithuanian kip. Interesting. Ugandan dollars close. Canadians' main export. I think it was beaver hats before. I don't think it is now. Bigger fish is dropping from the tournament. Okay. Bigger fish. Bigger fish. So we'll drop them. Abdel Zarak. So we gotta check on him. Abdel Zarak should have 1 Swiss point. Unfortunately, he has 3. So I'm going to need to fix that one up. Man, I can't wait for a Total Tavern rework. How much do I gotta pay to get Total Tavern polished up, man? Zimbabwe used to be the cheapest, huh? And things actually called dollar, maybe Taiwanese dollar. Maybe like the Fiji dollar. Man, I don't know. There's too many. I can't search them all up. Imagine having a wallet with 5 dongs in it. You would have basically nothing. You'd have no money. Like, let's see here. Let's see. 1 CAD to Vietnamese dong. Yeah, 1 Canadian dollar gets you almost 19,000 dong. Crazy, man. Crazy. So you have a few dollars, instant millionaire. It's the most common joke amongst Vietnamese parents. The Monopoly dollar. You could probably get more Monopoly dollars are actually probably more valuable. Like how much, let's see here. Monopoly money, eBay. Let's take a look. So like you can get for $3. Actually, okay, no, Monopoly dollars are worth less. At least this one. This goes up to 5 million Monopoly dollars. All right. Okay, I guess Monopoly dollars is probably a little bit. This isn't the Monopoly money I'm used to. I'm used to starting at $1 and going to like $100 cap. The old school Monopoly dollars might be more valuable. This one though, it's a toss-up. You have a 100 million German mark bill at home. It's worth like $6. Dang. All right, yo, let's generate the next thingy, by the way, since the next round's starting soon. 1, 3, 4, 1, 3, 4, 5. So let's see here. 1, 3, 4, 5. 2 is the next code. Code at Goblins. Round 3 exclamation mark. We go to the tournament chat. Bigger fish is dropping. Gotcha. All right, we checked the thingies. Everything's set. Oh god, Charx is playing today. Yo, you think Charx just picked all the high elves? Or all the elves, my bad. I bet Charx is running all the elves today. $1 is 322 Zim dollars. Ooh. Inflation is neat. Hyperinflation is crazy, man. Your money just becoming worthless is kind of terrifying. Don't get too terrified though, otherwise you might make the money become worthless. If dude wants to buy a carton of American eggs, he has to sell his house. You know, if Monopoly dollars is so much. Well, you can buy a house for like basically nothing. Although, if you think about it, the hotel payments are actually quite accurate, right? What, if you land on a hotel, you're paying like 100 something Monopoly dollars? That's more or less how expensive hotels are here. One more match, by the way. And then we're good. And then we're goodies for the next round. When they start weighing paper money instead of counting it, that's bad. I can't believe that's a thing that actually happened. Like straight up, they had rooms full of cash and they had to put up no smoking signs because it's a room full of cash. Barrels of money. That's literally people were using it as toilet paper. It, you know, it's bad. Very bad. That's just what buying houses was like for boomers, dude. Houses were so cheap. Although, I think like you couldn't take as many mortgages back in the day. Not that it's better nowadays, but like, I think that was the limiting factor. Like you actually needed to like get the money together. Now it's more of a mortgage system. At least I think, as someone who's dabbling into home buying nowadays. They use wheelbarrows to go buy bread. God, that's terrifying. All right, we're almost in the next round. Hell yeah, hell yeah. that point you'd rather try to barter. Yeah, it'll bring a whole wheelbarrow to shop. It's kind of awkward, but like I guess if you just happen to have just tons of cash lying around, you gotta get rid of it somehow, right? That's why money printer go burr is not the correct economical decision. We have this round down yet. One more. It's just Gray Salvation versus Adam TM. Yo, I'm so happy with the number of signups today. I was so worried we'd get like no signups because of the new format. But being able to effectively turn it into an SFTA, I think that's what kept the new players in. What strat do you like more, the Green Knight strat or the current one? Like what do you mean the current one? For Dark Elves? I think I like playing Dark Elves more than Petunia. Full melee rushing is very easy to do, but it uses a lot of like, you know, knowledge to know when to pull the trigger. At least to maximally effectively do it. And you get to spend the game minimizing damage from Kite, which is pretty fun. Yeah, it's not too bad. At Goblins round 3. Check hashtag announcements tourney for code. I gotta get people used to checking announcements tourney. Let's see here. The code is up 13452. I'm up against Charix. Oh boy, all right. Yo. Charix, I think, is probably one of the best players. Micro-wise. So, yeah, we'll have to see how he does. What are his factions? So Charix is playing in SFT Declaration. Tomb King, Skaven, Lizardmen, Wood Elves, High Elves, Lizard. Okay. Tomb King. No, Tzeentch, Skaven, Wood Elves, High Elves, Lizardmen. Okay. So, High Elves versus Tzeentch is actually a matchup that's not that bad because High Elves have fire resist. We have Greenskins versus Skaven. No, Greenskins versus Wood Elves. My bad. That's not that bad either. Absolutely rigging it today. We have Skaven versus his number 4, which is his High Elves. Terrible matchup. He wins that one. I have Dark Elves versus his Lizardmen, which is not bad. I'd take that one for sure. And we have my Grand Cathay versus his Skaven. All right, so I'll ban Grand Cathay versus Skaven. Screw that business. That's asking for trouble. What markers you're looking for to tell if it's what is this? Redeem the hydrate, thank you. Did you ever do your 15 squats? I did. I paid with my blood. I did the squats, okay? Corn demands squats. I will say, if there's one faction that loves squatting, it's probably Corn. Or Skaven for the other type of squatting. And has suffered too much with Bretonnia to like them over anything else at this point. No, I like Bretonnia over Skaven, Charix. I gotta send them the code. All right, so what do you guys think Charix is gonna ban? So there's High Elves and Tzeentch that he might ban. He's probably gonna want to play Wood Elves into Greenskins. Yo, can I get Dark Elves into his Lizardmen? That would be sick. Easy win for sure. Absolute dumpster on Charix if I do that. Super dumpster, man. Like, what's he gonna do? Kite me? What's he gonna do? Kill me like he usually does? Dowie are squat masters, yeah, but I don't think they like, you know, worship squatting like Korn does. Kislev squat, ooh, okay, yeah, Kislev squat for sure, man. Less of the exercise though, more of the idle position. Where are the rice bags though, dude? My legs are sore, man, from yesterday. I actually gotta walk more. I did a little bit of walking yesterday and they're tired. Very not good. I've been doing a lot of like strength exercises, which is fine. Like I can do 45 squats, but apparently walking takes me out. That's what happens when you do all your exercises on stream. I need a walking desk. That's what I need. He bans greenskins, wood elves. Makes sense. He bans dark elves, lizardmen. You butt. So high elves versus Zinch, or my Skaven versus high elves. Oh god. Let's play high elves versus Zinch. You guys asked for it. Now I'm gonna die. Oh boy. Hey, YouTube saying hi to Twitch chat. Building relations. Hi YouTube chat, I'ma lick you. Okay, well, you know, not the type of relations I was thinking of, but. Ah. Oh, he banned it. Oh, thank goodness. Let's play Dark Elves versus Lizardmen then. Oh, hell yeah. I want to play Dark Elves today. I haven't played a lot of Dark Elves before. So this is perfect. Albion. Albion would be so hype. Dowie, pump those dwarven legs. They're runners. They're not squatters. Natural born runners indeed. So the big spooky here is, you know, is he gonna skirmish me to death or something, right? Don't wants to get skirmed to death. That would be most unfortunate. Aside from that, though, you know me. We have no fear. I just have to, This is round 3, so I am liable to throw now. Charybdis play incoming. Let's see, is this item good? Oh man, that guy's expensive. Yeah, is there something like cool I can do? What's like a cool thing I can do? You know, Power and Darkness is legitimately quite fancy. I just don't want to get Tempested to death, man. Tempest is so painful. Tempest is just, it's just the annihilator of worlds, man. So much value. Man, who do I want to play? Carnosaur's actually making a comeback, and weirdly enough, it's the Regiment of Renown. People are using it as a late game sniping tool. So don't write it off, man. Do not write it off. The Carnosaur is indeed a spooky tool. Chill of Sontar is literally cool. Very true. Spending wise. How do I spend 100 gold as the Dark Elves? How do you even? Oh, okay, that's not bad, sure. Overall, build is looking fine. Nothing too crazy. Definitely gonna cut these guys though, and I guess let's see, I don't want to get rock dropped, right? Unfortunately, lizardmen have a variety of tools that can give me a run for my money if I'm not careful here. Rock drops are most definitely a big menace that I must be wary of. He also has a lot of cav options. Am I actually liking Doomfire Warlocks? I think it's the build. It's not the Doomfire Warlocks. Like, Doomfire Warlocks are pretty chumpy, right? There's no way everything I've known for my entire life has been a lie. Must be impossible. Yo, you think he's gonna go Temple Guard again? He's been liking Temple Guard. Let's see. Let's see what Charx has in store for us. Siren of Red Ruin. Doomfire Warlocks with the 40% physical resist into Mazda Mundi cyclones them to death. Straight banishment. Straight, I don't know. The Cold Ones have so much versatility as a faction. The Cold Ones. Let's see here. What you have, Cold One Riders. They have cheap Cold Ones, right? So you have 500 gold Cold Ones. You have your 1,000 gold Cold Ones. You have, it's just, that's it, man. Oh no, they have heroes. They have a lot of Cold One Riders. In fact, they have a fairly good selection of lords, because all the Dark Elf casters can ride Cold Ones, so they're pretty good. Is it just Dark Elves and Lizardmen that have Cold Ones? I think it is. But regardless, you have casters, you have single entities, you have cavalry, you have cheap 500 gold units that you can chuck out, but you don't really have like an infantry Cold One unit. You do have elite Cold Ones in the Horned Ones, you know, I think they still count. But that's about it though, right? It kind of ends there. I don't think they have that much versatility, but the potential is definitely quite high. The whole Lizardmen faction of Cold Ones? Absolutely not. Just because they look similar doesn't mean they're the same, okay? Just because, you know, humans, right? Humans are like monkeys, alright? But just because it's primates doesn't mean that they're basically the same. Alright? Many people would be offended by such statement. Thank you very much. GG for the grand finals. Thank you. Yo, it went so well, man. So many 3-0s. I crunched the numbers. I had a 10 wins and 2 losses. So what? That's 2 over 12. I had an 83% win rate in the tournament. 83% win rate. Feeling pretty good. 100% win rate against Slaanesh and as Slaanesh. Lizardman hate speech? I'm just saying they're different. Are you guys gonna call me racist for this? No, definitely not. I will say, if Charix was playing though, I think Charix, since he's been grinding a lot recently, I think Charix could have taken the tournament win. Very high chance. Tim the Wilder was sick. Tim the Wilder at Prime, I think also had a pretty good shot though. So I did run Marathi. I know he can Tempest me, but the map is so big and Aslan is so not scary. I think we're fine. I think we're probably fine, even if he chucks out a Tempest. He gives a good luck, have fun. So this is a massive map. I thought this was a closer quarters map. I was incorrect. Charix Lizardman is scary. It's the least scary of the factions he plays though, because he's still learning them. He has 9 units. 6, 7, 8, 9 somewhere or other. So he has some solar engines. Okay. So I want to take to the trees then. I think that much makes a lot of sense. Take to the trees, stall, let him take the middle. I brought executioners for the lulz. Marathi's just gonna hang out. Oh, one fun thing you can do. These guys are your mana battery, all right. They have they're regenerating harpies, so they are very well suited to be a mana battery. He took Saurus Warriors. Saurus Warriors. Mazda Mundi has a what? He has a net. As long as I don't give his Salamander good targets, I should be fine. Unfortunately, I didn't really take that many counters to Salamanders, so it's a little awkward. Definitely gonna have to run around with my cavalry a bit, or hide in here. Ouch, brother! Why you gotta do me dirty like that? You know what? Screw you. I'm gonna hit up your guys. I'm gonna hit up your Salamander hunting pack. Fun fact: they have above 25 entities, and yeah, they kind of suck. Kind of have no HP. So Malkoth is actually perfect for them. Oh, you want to give me the Malkoth then? Okay, well, Marathi has to stop dying real quick. Woo! That's a good dodge. Ho! Another good dodge. There's the Melkoths. Melkoths will delete these guys just fine. It's goodies. It's goodies. It's goodies. Give him a soul stealer too while we're at it. Marathi needs a patch up. All right. To the trees, I say. To the trees. Get over here, you darn mana batteries. Give me more magic. Yeah, as long as I Melkoth, these guys are dead. Oh, Apotheosis. So you want a magic duel, eh? I'll give you a magic duel. I'll give a magic duel you'll never forget. Definitely want more, executioners in the trees. Why not? Masamundi's thing should be on cooldown. So, oh, jeez. Why, hello there. Made him waste a precursor ammunition. That's nice. I might as well just keep spamming Melkoths. Why not? What the? You're capturing my point, brother? That's kind of rude, man. Did not expect that one. Can I chase this thing down? Do I have fast enough Dark Riders to just chase this thing? What if I Melkoths it? Is that a viable strat? Remember, we're kind of just waiting here, right? I have no intention to take a big fight until the late game. Okay, yeah, he doesn't like the smoke. He's tussling away. What the dude? It's a lot of guys you have there. So he's flanking me with skirmishers. But he doesn't really have a way to get me to engage, mostly. Aside from the rather vicious kite spam that he has going here. So I should be able to capture this. Marathi doesn't have too many things shooting at her here. So she should be mostly fine. It's either that or I use a soul sealer maybe. Could be fun. There you go. This is the point capture. It's quite nice. Yeah, maybe I do go for a soul stealer. I don't know though. So we are getting some deaths, but we need 1,000 kills here before anything meaningful really starts to trigger. We're already 4 minutes in. I have a disengage here. He's really going for this fight in the forest, however. You know, maybe we do pull the trigger now. Like, what's he realistically gonna do against us, right? If I just start spamming the dudes, I just gotta make sure that the tussle goes fine. There's another unit over there. Yeah, there you go. We got a route. I just gotta not chase him off, weirdly. Weirdly, we don't want to chase him because otherwise it actually ends up being bad for us. I think we waited long enough. Marathi's taking a little bit of heat, but we're mostly fine. You know, we have a double cap. We got that route off, which is pretty nice. Marathi just needs to stay safe. You know, I don't actually need to pull the trigger. Weirdly enough, I can actually just pull back again. You know what? I have a double cap on him. Like, who cares? Who even cares, man? Just don't lose Marathi and we'll be fine. Oh, that's a nasty spell cast. You thought you could get me there. But I shall not let you. Man, he's really bullying Marathi, though. I'm gonna need more of these dudes, too. McCav's taking a bit of heat, but remember. It's gonna come down to the big tussle, right? It's gonna come down to the big tussle with the magic. There is absolutely no rush. Okay, you know what? With that fight, I think we are going to hit that threshold soon. I should start thinking about going for that big rush engagement. Thankfully, my executioners are looking fine. I have a million Corsairs coming on in. He did get a little bit of a rout, but fairly manageable. And his big dinos are not going to have the best of time here, right? They should get pretty bullied. There goes my cavalry. I just need the big fight to begin sooner rather than later. Pretty good charge on his stalkers, at least. Pretty nice, pretty nice. The trigger's been pulled, so it's all hands on deck now to get in here as fast as we can. Harpies have made it. Good to see, good to see. Soul Sealer on them. Very nice. Yeah, here we go. Overall, things are looking up. It's gonna be a little bit even until we get our actual trading down. Until we actually get a proper fight going. But things are about to swing heavily in our favor. His horned ones are in the trees, so they're just completely stuck. They're gonna be shut down. There's the spear catch. Nice. Saurus warriors can only do so much. His super elite cavalry are going down. Come on, passive. Passive. The moment the passive triggers, we're fine. That's when everything starts going our way here. Fortunately, I don't have much to chase these guys off, so no Melkoth spam. You know what? Whatever. They're pretty beat up anyways. I don't have to chase them. Okay, just give me that passive. There we go. Finally. Passive triggers. Which means now my units will be rallying. And unfortunately, he got a few routes off before we were able to really make use of it. But he's definitely losing all his skinkies on this far end. I just got to capture the points now. And then the continued tussle should be the end of him here. We have simply far too much leadership, I believe. Supposedly. Technically, the value trading's atrocious. All right, if you just look at it purely from a value trading standpoint, the game looks like it's just totally over, right? But he's about to lose everything here. Trust in the process. There's capture point number 1. His big dinos, too, are kind of getting mucked up. Coursers are doing great. We did get our route here on this here flank point. Melkoths on these guys is definitely the hammer we need. Ouch. It's pretty good spell cast over there. Pretty good spell cast. But if I can recapture this far point, I think we are mostly in the clear. We got a couple dudes rallying now. Value-wise, though, he has a couple more stalkers here. He swapped the point. What the? He just swapped the point. That's kind of spooky. Really? Just a double cap with the passive? That's not good, man. That's not good at all. That's very bad. All right. How's this fight going? Fairly sus, actually. Sure, I got my spears, but passive's gone already? Ooh, okay. All right. So it appears my opponent may have ended my existence. Unless I have something that can kill his big monsters, we may just be dead here. The trigger pull. The trigger pull was not nearly as effective if we're not triple capping super fast. Seems like his cav were pretty strong too. He's got a flank point coming down. Yeah, that was dreadful. That was dreadful. Marathi's straight up gonna die to his cavalry if I'm not careful here. Let's pull her back. You know what? Maybe we capture this point somehow. It's just a couple skinks, right? He does have the middle though. Charik's too good, man. His cavalry, his monster micro, his monster mash. I think I should have spammed more Melkoths. I think more Melkoths on his dudes would have done it. Anyway, we can pull this back. So he has some feral cold ones here, I guess. Not very exciting at all. Wow, man. Holy crap. Yeah, I feel like if I had cav spam, maybe. I think a big old cav engagement maybe would have done it. God dang, that was a really lackluster trigger pull. I guess he's also going fairly wide himself, though, but... God, that was a really lackluster trigger pull. Is a single elim? No, if we lose this one, we're probably still gonna make it because I have a lot of Swiss points. And we're losing against one of the better players, so I'll probably be fine. If I had to rematch this, I would totally just spam cavalry next time. because I think the cavalry are able to actually get into the fight and shut them down. Marathi was okay, but he really did a good job at denying her any targets. Although, who knows? Ancient Salamander taking a little bit of work. He also, my passive took a long time to trigger too, which was another pretty brutal part of this whole shenanigans. Then again, oh really? He holds that? Yo, that's crazy, man. That's crazy. He held a triple cap too. Okay, next time I'm totally cav spamming him, and maybe still doing the same strat though. Maybe still doing the same strat with cav spam. Let's see. Is there any way I pull this back? Not without a Masamundi pick, right? You know, maybe I do take single entities here, or like a Medusa or something. But I'm thinking the infantry suck against Lizard, man. Hot garbage infantry indeed. All right, GG. GG, well played. All right, so we take the 1L. We'll pull it back though. I'll definitely make it to the semis. The big issue was... What was the big issue? I think most of my guys just routed during the big fight. Like, I got a lot of routes when my passive was running. And he got a million value with these horned ones. I should have spammed more Melkoths on them. Like, technically, none of his guys got exceptional value. Just my guys got even less. Darn cowards. All of them. Skink Stalk was pretty good, yeah. Next time I'll just spam my cold ones. 100% cold one night spam. Same strategy, we're good. Also, my Crows of Cain didn't do anything. Harpies were actually useless. So, yeah, I need like a fast monster killer. What's like a good, quick monster killer? I could go Scourge Runners. I guess that'd be okay. Yeah, horned ones are OP, definitely. Son of Heaven should have 2 points. 2 Swiss points. Let's make sure that he's all lined up. Son of Heaven has 3, so we gotta reduce that by 1. Yeah, definitely if I cav spam, he gets murdered there. With all of the monsters he had. Like, he went double Solar Engine Salamander. Just a fat rush would have annihilated, most definitely. Sharks wins against the Dark Elves as Lizard Men. I could also, you know, maybe I should go Malice. I should go Malice Darkblade into him and just slam into his Masamundi with Malice. Like, I think his build has a lot of weaknesses to a fat rush, but I think he suspected that I would have gone for like a kite just based off of my playstyle. Let's see here. Yeah, we got Cold One Dread Knights, the massive damage. It's all about catching his dudes. And then I can have infantry if he takes a lot of infantry. This is way better against infantry max. Medusa would be sus because he had double Solar Engine. I don't know how they actually trade. I'm pretty sure double Solar Engine beats Medusa though. So that would be a bad idea. I think totally the Cav Max is the way. And then we go Malice Darkblade. Come on, Malice Darkblade. He costs as much as Archaon, but he's a beast of a fighter. The only downside is his speed kind of sucks, but against the Lizardmen, it's not as important. Malice Double Master. How good is Double Master on Cold One? Are they, oh, they are. They do have anti-large. Anti-large armor. Bonus 30. Unfortunately, it brings them up to 66. You know, it's not bad. I do need some magic, though. You can totally do it. How can I brace my infantry? Should I just make sure they stop moving? Yes. If you use the halt command in the bottom, it will just stop them from moving, and that is how you brace. Just, yeah. Even better if they're in formation. But if a unit is moving, they lose so much of their mass, they kind of get run over. I've seen Malice do horrible things to Tomb Kings. All right, I dig it, I dig it. The thing is, I'm probably not getting that matchup again, because the matchups are generated randomly. And yeah, moral of the story, no infantry versus lizardmen. Charx likes kite too. I think Charx is weak to cav spam. I should just remember. I should have just memed it up. You know, Malice, Master, a bunch of Cold One Knights, Sorceress, with Transformation of Kadan. This build dumpsters Charx, okay? Totally dumpsters them. Are Rakarth and Loki are any good? Not really. They're okay for being decent fighters, but they're not like good by any means. This though, this is hype. So yeah, and they just like combine the Master with Malice. You can even use them to buff them up more with the physical resist. And then yeah, then you're pretty good. You're mostly good. You just dive the Solar Engine Salamander shenanigans. If I'm playing any other faction, let's see, what do I have? High Elves, Greenskin, Skaven, Dark Elves, Grand Cathay. Oh god. All of them are worse at doing this play style. It should be fine though. I'm just gonna Cav Max him, man. He's getting way too comfy with these builds, alright? Cav Max with a word. Cold One Cav is so slow. At 66 speed, they are almost Slaanesh Forsaken speed. Only 15 difference. The brutality. Okay, how many more matches do we have? 5. Okay, so we have a bit of time. I guess I can start generating the next thingamajig. 3, 1, 5, 4. 3, 1, 5, 4. Gobbo. Goblins. Code 3154 2. So that's the round 4 situation we got going. Malice Meme Blade, yeah. I don't know. Well, we'll see. We'll see what factions I get. With Slaanesh, all cav below 90 speed feel like infantry. That's why we swift wing our cav to get to that 610 speed. Kislev have some of the fastest cav in the game. Man, my hair floof is going crazy. But yeah, Kislev have some of the fastest cav with their speed boosts. Slaanesh doesn't have as many speed boosters outside of their faction passive. Why can't the Master Hero have a Scourge run a chariot, but the High Beast Master can have one? Because he's just a master, right? Oh, I guess he can get a Cold One chariot. Maybe the Beastmaster just has more access to more cars, you know? It's hard. It's hard owning so many mounts. But yeah, Slaanesh is insane. Slaanesh is crazy. I wonder if I'll be able to beat Charx. His lineup's pretty spooky. It's not that spooky. What, he has Tzeentch, Wood Elves, High Elves, Lizardmen, Skaven. His lineup is actually as weak as mine. Lizardmen and Wood Elves are probably the 2 scariest. But if I just, you know, play against a Skaven, it's easy. And even his Lizardmen, I think, are weak to rushes. Lore of Eshin Skitterleap. The Skitterleap plays. Can you Skitterleap cav? Eshin Sorcerer. What's Skitterleap is 25% for 25 seconds. That would actually be pretty cool on a lot of cavalry factions. But not on Skaven. I've yet to play anything but Dark Elves today. You would have thought that I'm just playing one faction, but no, we have many. Maybe I get greenskins out there. Watch him pull out your Dreadsaurian build. Against Cavmax, you need to bring a lot of skirmishers, but you know, maybe it's winnable. It really relies on the rock drops to do well, so maybe I'll be okay. Big question mark. Three more matches. We're almost there. You know, I would also really like to play greenskins. A lot of people played greenskins in the tournament yesterday, but they had a really bad win rate versus my Warriors of Chaos. I wonder how well they'll do versus other factions, though. Do speed buffs affect charge speeds? They do. And it affects impact damage on your charge also. It's crazy. Oh my god. Skaven and Slaanesh combined. Slaanesh with Skaven Slave Slingers. Be the most defended Skaven Slave Slingers you've ever seen. Slaanesh with artillery. That's basically all they take though, right? Maybe the skirmish play. I feel like Slaanesh would pair up better with many other factions. Because Skaven really, the best thing about Skaven is their magic right now. So, and Slaanesh, the best thing about them is their magic. And it's better than Skaven. So actually, I don't think Slaanesh benefits that much from Skaven. Other than just having range units and artillery, you know? Same as if they paired up with Empire, right? 2 more matches. Is there a charge speed percent? For example, Swords of Chaos. Okay, well, like, technically it doesn't make the charge speed better, but like, it's more or less, you know, you're gonna be faster. That's the only thing that matters. Like, the unit goes way faster when charging into units if you give them a speed buff. Is there 2v2 in domination mode? There is, but no one really plays it. Unless, you know, you just get a group of friends. I think there is a little bit. Maybe if you hit up RTK. You go to Turin's Discord, find an RTK member, ask how to join the clan. I think there's a lot of like new players that just like having fun. You might be able to get some 2v2 domination games. Yes, slows tend to have a very minor effect on charges. Because they don't affect charge speed. At least presumably. I find that when units are charging, slows tend to not really make a big difference. You and your friend play 2v2 dominations for fun. You just play randos, nice. I guess there is, I think you can do multiplayer ladder like that, yeah. Nakari gets Skitter Leap. Sounds like a waste of Purveyne of Slaanesh magic. Any race combos you can think of off the bat? Vampire counts. And Kislev. No, Vampire counts and who has the best range? You know, Vampire counts and Empire. I think their rosters are almost completely opposite one another. But Vampire Counts and Empire would dominate the game so hard. Imagine Vampire Counts with War Wagons. Vampire Counts with War Wagons. Every single lore of Magic you could possibly imagine. Strongest single entities in the game. Best lords. Insane variety between ranged and melee builds. Skirmishing. Monstrous. All the cavalry you could possibly imagine. Mortis engine. Which is the best Mortis engine in the game. Yeah, I think that would do. Anyways, round 4 has begun. 3-1-5-4-2. I'm up against Ulrich Rahl again. He really climbed back up, didn't he? All right. Charik's time. I mean, Ulrich Rahl time. Yo, yo. We meet again. So it seems like he's been winning his matches while we've been fighting it out. I'm top bracket though. If he takes me out, no semis for me. So this is the revengeance of Ulrich Rahl. I'm top bracket. The code is 31542. Oh. Come on. Let me host. There we go. And then, let's see here. Announcement tourney. The map is Norsken Rise. Norsken Rise. All right. So it's High Elves versus Beastmen. It's Greenskins versus Slaanesh. Terrible. It's Dark Elves versus... No, my bad. It's Skaven versus... Skaven versus Warriors of Chaos. Terrible. Dark Elves versus his Ogres. Kind of sus. Grand Cathay versus Bretonia. Interesting. I'm banning Greenskins versus Slaanesh. That's terrible. Screw that business. That's an atrocity waiting to happen. Chaos Dwarves Trust. Well, our faction's already locked in from the beginning. Best combo is Slaanesh plus Slaanesh. It's jokes. You can take 8 Hellstriders of the cheaper variety. You can take up to 8 Skirmishers too. You know, if you just double the unit restrictions on Slaanesh, you're probably going to do well. Hey, Karath Wind. Thank you very much with the tier 1 sub. 2 months, man. Good stuff. So I'm gonna have to play High Elves versus Beastmen, Skaven versus Warriors of Chaos, Dark Elves versus Ogres, Grand Cathay versus Bretonia. Grand Cathay versus Bretonia is probably a matchup that's good for me. Dark Elves versus Ogres? God, how does that pan out? I think my kite is just not strong enough to beat Ogres if I do that. Yeah, and he has pigback riders to kill me. I think that's a bad one. Skaven versus Warriors of Chaos is also atrocious. You know, maybe I do play High Elves versus Beastmen. I beat his Beastmen with Dark Elves. Maybe I do it with High Elves. Yo, are any of these good? These are terrible. Take Nakari twice. That'll run you a solid almost 6,000 gold. I guess 5,400. Grand Cathay would be fun. I think that's the one he's gonna ban. Grand Cathay into Bretonia. It's just too spicy. Skaven Eshin build. Skaven Eshin versus Warriors of Chaos. You're just asking to get Hellstrider to death. There's no way that works. Engine of the Gods on a Dreadsaurian when? Just throw everything on a Dreadsaurian. The ultimate tactic. Two Pavanes, 2 Rampage abilities, chain 1 by 1. Oh my gosh, double the army abilities. Super OP. Alright, let's see if we can win this. I really want to make it to semis. My day hinges on this. Not really. I miss those 4v4 show matches. Did they lag a lot before? I don't remember seeing it that much. Emperor Vlad. Ooh. Depends on how well you can communicate, or you just pick factions that you can't communicate in 2v2s. Or, I mean, where you don't need to. Like, if you both play defensively with dwarves, 2v2s are really straightforward. Just kind of sit there and shoot them with artillery. Most teams cannot get a timed attack together, especially because they're using different factions. Okay, Oliver Grawl's picking. I'll be back in a second. Ugh. Yeah, do you guys think it's possible to main-tide Beastmen with High Elves? Skaven, Warriors of Chaos, and Grand Cathay Bretonia. He bans. Really? Okay. So Dark Elves versus Ogres, High Elves versus Beastmen. You guys think my High Elves can beat Beastmen? High Elves be Beastmen, huh? Excuse me. High Elves versus Beastmen, Dark Elves versus Ogres. You know what? Let's play High Elves versus Beastmen. If I can't beat them with High Elves, how am I even going to compete with Charix, right? Elf tides don't exist for a reason. It worked with Dark Elves, okay? It worked with Dark Elves. Alright, so the plan is simple. The plan is dreadfully simple. All that must be done is we do not die. Just don't die. It's just Beastmen. They ain't too bad, you know. It's just Beast Boys. It's just Beast Boys, right? Can't take me down. I'm gonna die so hard. I'm a dead man. We're super dead. Cheap spears, archer spears, or expensive spears. I personally like the cheap spears. God. Anyone know if Tyrannok chariots have a lot of skirmish damage nowadays? Do they cook? Go full Elithanar on him. Elithanar it up. Yeah, so this one's awkward because, like, Beastmen are one of the strongest rush factions in the game. The thing is, though, I have many ways to possibly bully them. My infantry is not that bad. They're bad, but they're not that bad. My micro is okay. My micro is okay. All I gotta do is, yeah, okay, you know. I think this is totally winnable if I play this outright. This is a map that's really hard to get a triple cap on too. Tyrion, I say. Just get the Tyrion going. Tyrion's a throw. I gotta whip out the best of the best here. Otherwise, we boned, man, we boned. I rate myself okay out of 10. Oh boy, the odds of death are rather high. All right. What could be better than me with my micro? A lot of things. A lot of things. My units kind of suck. I don't know if you know, but my units here are kind of garbage, actually. As far as I'm concerned, high elf units tend to down trade. Like all of my cav are kind of worse against his cavalry. There's only a handful of things that we can do here. Now, I'm not saying it's impossible, but I think beastmen have a lot of easy wins potentially. This dude went for the high elves with a madman. Yeah, you said they were good, Jarks. What do you mean? High elves versus beastmen. Dude, high elves versus beastmen's easy, right, Jarks? Come on, man. Come on. You probably have a great win rate. Playing them myself versus lizardmen right now. Best of luck. Yeah, I think I don't know, man. I don't know. I think this is a hard maybe. Hard maybe for this one. So like beastmen have a lot of mobility, right? But that's basically all they have. It's basically their shtick, right? It's that and Mantide. Ungor Mantide. Ungor Mantide is annoying, but it's not insurmountable, especially on a really big map. Maybe just triple caps me. Keeps me in my spawn for the whole game. We weep. Hey, Karafnir, overslept again. Wondrous, wondrous. You're just charging up for that semifinals again with Cathay. Who do you think is the worst faction in multiplayer? Skaven. I would have said Bretonia before until it turns out the buffs were actually quite good. And if you have exquisite cav micro, you can make them work. You know who can't be made to work? Skaven. Not a single Skaven player has come out as a tournament winner to be truly dreadful in these lands. Nah, when Skaven show up, they get pretty Wreckerino'd. Although there are some matchups that are pretty rough for Skaven. Would be cool if High Elves could pick the Eltharion units. They couldn't before. They used to be able to take Dryads if you ran a L'Oreal subfaction. But 'twas about it. Sad Hadri's noises. Yo, where is Hadri's? Did he retire? Haven't seen him in millennia. Is he playing land battles still? Maybe he just stuck with land battles. Skaven players be expanding their under Empire, waiting for the buffs. Apparently before patch 6.1 they were, or before patch 6, one of them, they were actually pretty strong. It was the cavalry buffs that really made it sus. Rent-A-Cat, what's up? Skaven need another DLC? Another one? Yeah, Corruptor, you're like the only Cathay player. You're the only Cathay main in the community right now, as far as I know. Despite that, though, you're carrying the banner high. You're getting heard. People know your name. Doomflayers were a little broken before. Really? So, like, Doomflayers were the Skaven cavalry before then, I assume. Good to know. Good to know. So, I bought a kite build against Ulrich Val. By the way, how's the game audio been? Is game audio a bit quiet, or is it about right? A little loud, a little quiet? For this game, I bought a kite build because I think I can just value trade into the Beastmen. The biggest problem if he goes full Cav Rush or Mantide, we might have some issues. A Mantide will make it... It'll make it a little awkward because will I have enough DPS to clear them off in time? I'm kind of hoping that this high ground point will save it for me. But just parking my cav here early on. It's a big pain to bring your infantry all the way from here to here. This map is massive. It's a ginormous map. The thing is, he can just summon cav and retake it, so I gotta hunker down there. Here we go. So yeah, this is the build. It's a kite. Ain't nothing too special about it. It is just kite. Ready, good luck, have fun. Ulrich Wall, I think he's saying that he hasn't played this matchup in ages. Beastmen vs High Elves is such a classic. Warhammer 2 shenanigans. Oh yeah, I brought Eltharion with Arcane Unforging. One of my outs here is if I snipe the Beastman Lord. So I'm totally just gonna go hard on that and hope that it works out. And then the rest is just spamming cavalry to fight his cav. This is the best idea I could come up with. Confidence is low. Looks like I get the high ground though. Eye of Morsley up. Okay, you know what? That's not too bad. Malagor, the Dark Omen. Alright. Prepare to be Arcane Unforged, man. So I just spam Arcane Unforging on Malagor. Now I kind of wish I ran Tempest, but you can't have everything in this world. That should silence him, by the way. Silence, you beast. Silence, I say. Just gotta make sure he doesn't get a sick flock of doom on me. That'd be most unfortunate. Oh crap, I had it. Oh wait, no I didn't. Huh. Oh, the dodge. The dodges. The Jukes of Mastery. Alright, here's the first cavalry coming in. So there's the Arcane Unforging. No more magic for you. If I Arcane Unforge him enough, we'll be goodies. Let's split my dude so he doesn't flock him to death. And, you know, it's already a nice start. Unfortunately, I took a little bit of damage on Eltharion. But it's not the end of the world. Get a little bit of a volley here with my skirms. That's quite nice. And I just need a handful of Arcane Unforgings on this guy. Overcast Flock of Doom is going to be spooky for him. Can't really afford to go for that one. He bought a lot of cavalry, which shouldn't be able to do too much. Very nice. So we've pushed him off of this side, and we've taken the middle. It's as good as I could hope for, as far as openers are concerned. He's just rocking my spearmen. But they're fairly self-sufficient. These little Ungors over there are going down. Hell yeah. I got lots of time here. I just got to make sure my Shadow Warriors don't die. They die, it's over. So we're just going to pull in with our cav here. If he commits to this, he takes a lot of damage. So I don't know if it's worth it for him, though he will get a solid Flock of Doom here. There it goes. Should be fine though. Let's see here. My cav got to stay safe. We did catch his Centaurs, which is nice. Okay, these guys are pulling back. Skirmishers moving on in. Okay, you know, it's pretty decent damage. I'm definitely getting work on him. And Malagor will eventually die. These Arcane Unforgings will most definitely be the end of him. So, you know what? Pretty decent first fight. Some of my cav get kind of mangled. But Malagor can't cast Flock of Doom. And we got some pretty decent trades here. My skirmishers on the flank are having a field day. So that's pretty comfy. And ticket-wise, he's not too ahead as it stands. Ah, crap. He did get a little bit of a catch on my Shadow Warriors. Was it worth it, though? I don't think he's actually going to kill them. So those Centaurs should just be dead. How's my skirmish cav doing? Still fairly well. Centaurs get routed. Okay. Arcane Unforging. Doing some work against Malagor. And his Eye of Morsley really hasn't found too many targets yet. I'm not too wary of that. Ooh, and a hit from Eltharion. Eltharion the Grim. Eltharion the Chad. He missed. Alright, well, he totally missed. But you know what? What's life without a little bit of pain, I always say. I always say that one. I don't know, man. That's pretty bad. I guess value trading wise, we're still doing good. Like the skirmish core is nice. Kiting Beastmen is always a pleasant journey when they go for something like the Eye of Morslia. As my kite pressure is just way stronger. Malagor is going to be very close to dead soon. Very, very close. I should be able to recapture this point. Skirmishers are doing good. Ah, he's hunkered down over there. So no pick for me. There's our barrage though. And you know what? Yeah, let's just keep spamming caps. Silver Helms are surprisingly good. As we've seen Charax make a lot of use with them. Charax is a big fan of Silver Helms. I'm a big fan of his play style. I can trust him. He likes high elves. So I'll totally just run it. Let's see. Okay, so those Khorne Gorons are as good as dead now. There's another Flock of Doom. Was it overcast? I think it was. Yeah, it was upgraded. He didn't get the miscast chance though, which would have been super aces for us. But I'm sure it's fine. Prepare to be unforged once again, Malagor. And then we'll just have a late game where Malagor is dead, which means no leadership for the Beastmen. Absolutely no leadership. Eye of Morslia is not too spooky either. It does net one of my guys, but not the biggest deal in the world. We do have our Cav support here to save our skirmishers if need be. There's a little bit of a terror out. Hell yeah. Get him. Get him, cavalry. Also, Eltharion to Chad. He'll do great. I got my skirms in here. I can chase these guys off. Yeah, Chad Eltharion. Can't go wrong with them. Got that double cap. Not a triple cap. Cavalry's actually doing pretty well. Malagor is almost dead. And indeed, my cavalry did rally, which is amazing. Yeah, Silver Helm's kind of hype. Oh, there's the arrow barrage. It's a quarter damage to the Razorgore herd and a terror route. Exactly what we need for this situation. Castle Rogue, Flock of Doom, not gonna save him. Got all my archers lined up. And yeah, I think this game just came down to keeping my skirmishers alive for so long. They were able to get insanity value in this match here. Malagor is very nearly dead. I just gotta deal with these dudes now. Just a couple Centaur throwing axes that are trying to chase my skirmishers. If we kill them, we'll be fine. Malagor is so close to dying, man. How much more magic? 3 more magic. Okay. Give it a hot second. Skirmishers, one of them got caught up, but they shall be saved soon. Any good vanguards here? Not really. I can capture this point though, to put on a little bit more pressure. A little bit of a sus engagement here. I'm gonna need Eltharion to rout these guys off, but otherwise I should be able to land a lot of charges just because I have more cavalry. Come on, Malagor. All right, there we go. So Eltharion's gonna take to the skies. He's gonna Arcane Unforge him. If he doesn't straight up die from the Arcane Unforging, he's definitely gonna rout. And when he routs, Eltharion's gonna be ready to chase him off that battlefield. Rangers, for that situation, I'll bring back the spears because Beastmen really rely on their cav spam for late game fights. Malagor dies at the most opportune of moments. Hell yeah! Yo, it only took 4 Arcane Unforgings. You know, that's fairly cost efficient for all things considered. That is, that's a reasonably good deal. I spent like almost 60 wins of magic, but I get a guaranteed Lord Snipe and some annoying silences. Hell yeah! Yo, we unforged him. Yeah, unforged his butt. Pretty good, man. And he taps out. GG. Honestly, I think if he main-tided it, it would have been way better. I think Eye of Morslia is actually bait for dealing with skirmishers. Because it doesn't do enough DPS compared to a full kite game. Like even Marauder Horsemen will get it killed. It's similar situation to when I played Beastmen against Outer Regions Norska. So yeah, Malagor went straight to jail. Yo, if Eltharion had his army ability to just net Malagor, it'd be so good. All right, well that's basically a guaranteed semifinals for me. As we did just lose Charix, unless he loses his match, but I can count on him to win. Yeah, you know, Archaeon Foraging is a surprisingly good ability. People don't usually expect High Elves to be a Lord Snipe faction, but if you just unforge them to death, it's pretty nice. Plus, I could have used Tempest to really counter Malagor, but I thought he might have brought a Chariot Lord instead. So this worked out. 4 unforgings is, yeah, 56 wins of magic. So I'm spending all my magic, but I have a guaranteed kill on their Lord. Eltharion got 2,200 value. It's good enough. Most high elf magic isn't that effective anyways. So why not, you know? Like, you're going to be healing Eltharion otherwise. Sometimes he doesn't get focused, so the healing goes unused. Skirmishers, by the way, basically all did well enough. They traded about even. It was more so forcing his cavalry to charge in that did it for me, I think. It's a rather micro-friendly Spirit Leech. Arcane Unforging? Micro-wise, it's the same, right? In fact, it has less range, so you have to get closer to use it, which can get sus. Eltharion costs 2,700, by the way. Way too expensive. I think if you went Mantide, I might not have killed things fast enough. I was really worried about that. But let's see where we placed. So if you look at the sign-ups, I got 3 opponent points. I mean, 3 Swiss points, 9 opponent points. At most, 3 people are going to have 4 wins. If Charix loses, I think that's the only way we get ripped off here. If Charix loses and everyone else manages to get like 1,000,000 wins. Well, okay, wait. I just played my match. So, then what? I don't think anyone's getting more opponent points than me. Let's say Charix loses, so I'm below him. So it'd be Charix and me. Oishikun, Serika, and Zetern. Yeah, if Oishikun and Jellyfish and Serika and Zetern all get 4 wins, then we're screwed. But it's Charix versus Jellyfish, so Jellyfish probably won't make it. Well, I guess if Jellyfish wins, he's at 4. Oishi, let's say Oishi beats Serika, so Serika would be below me on the opponent point spectrum. And then Zetern just won, so Zetern can't win an extra one. So I'm basically guaranteed to make it to semis. That's a pretty great high elf first Beastmen game. I feel like every time I play against Beastmen and every time I play as them, they feel less and less scary. I don't know, I feel like they're really one note. I feel like you can kind of counter them. The only exception is maybe the Mantide is really good and you only take 4 Centaurs. That is a path I have not experimented with as much. You're owning him? Well, like, he took the Eye of Morrslia. Build-wise, I was really ahead. Nerf High Elves. Please. Ah, the 3-1 math. Oh, man. It's fine. Usually, if I get 3-1 and I make it to semis, I have a higher chance of winning. Because I get a rematch against the guy I lost to, and we get more locked in. If I go 3-1 and I don't make it to semis, though, then, you know, it's just sad. Oh, Zetern, yeah. So you got 3 wins, but you did pretty well. You did pretty well for yourself, good sir. Can you use Unending Volley in PvP, or is it bad? For what, Eltharion? I use Mistwalker Barrage. She doesn't have Unending Volley. Nor would it be good. If a unit uses all of its ammunition, you won anyways. So you want to spend your money to support the unit so they can do that, rather than having more ammo. Rather than that. Okay, so Nocturne. has a buy round. So they should have 1 Swiss point. I'm excited for a Charix rematch. A lot of his factions are pretty bad. I think there's only 2 of his factions that I really have to worry about. So if I get a good matchup spread, maybe we win it. Horus Eltharion. I was very tempted to go for Horus Eltharion. So his stats do go up. 65 melee attack, 55 melee defense, but he loses the armor piercing. And he can get Spirit Leech to death. Price-wise, though? Alright, let's take a look-see. Horus Eltharion is cheaper than Archaon. But he has 2,000 less HP. So if you're running Horus Eltharion, you're basically saying, you know what? You know what? I'm just gonna take the guy that has worse magic, worse fighting. He's just gonna be worse in every way. You save a little bit of money. No terror. But I guess he has Mistwalker Barrage. You know, cut the Fang Sword. Make him even cheaper. He starts getting into Horse Cetra tier, which I almost like, but no bonus versus large. It's kind of sad. I'm not the biggest fan. High elves are so squishy. Yeah, look at this. Spearman unit. Imagine being more frail than a unit of Empire Spearmen. Oh, that's bad, ain't it? That's real bad. Yeah, Empire Spearmen are significantly cheaper. I think High Elf Spearmen are actually extremely overcosted right now for what they do. I am aware Martial Prowess gives them plus 12 melee defense. Look at this though. If you have an Empire Spearman and you chevron them so that they're the same price as High Elf Spearmen. Yeesh. Yeesh. So you're telling me Empire Spearmen. So Empire Spearmen have basically the same stats, right? Leadership is the same. Speed is close enough. Armor is close enough. Shields are close enough. But they have an extra 10% more HP. And their melee defense doesn't go away when they get low on HP. And they have more melee attack. Yeesh. Yeesh. Maybe I just report that right now to CA. Just give him a quick thingamajig. Chevrons are seen as being super not worth. Empire Spearmen with chevrons can be seen as better than High Elf Spears because they have more HP and basically the same stats. Yeah, Empire Spearmen with chevrons beat Spearmen. Empire Spearmen shields with chevrons. Chevrons are seen as being super not worth. Can be seen as better than High Elf Spears because they have more HP and basically the same stats. I think this would be a really good base comparison. To to figure out how much elf infantry need a buff. All right, there you go. And I'll post the picture. All right. We'll get High Elves buffed one day. High elves are literally the worst implemented faction. Dude, their passive goes away when they get too low. Sad, man. What would you price high elf spears at? Honestly, compare them to Empire spears. So Empire spears are like, you know, your baseline spear unit. I think high elf spears are supposed to be pretty staunch, right? At 10% less HP and more or less the same melee defense. They're gonna have slightly higher melee defense. Their leadership is a bit higher. I would put them at least 450, probably 400. I think at 400 they become as good as Empire Spearmen, where you're like, dang, I might want to take as many of these as possible at 400 because the leadership is really nice. At 450 it's gonna be like a solid buff for high elves, but I think 400 is at the point where you're like, you really want to take them. The HP difference is the biggest weakness for high elf spearmen. Yeah, it's below 25% where the buff wears off, but like when the buff wears off, man, they get pretty chumpy. Empire Spearmen just have so much melee defense. The Elf Spearmen are also played 100% of the time. It's more out of necessity, because you don't have anything else that's good enough to really replace them. High Elf Infantry are more or less bottom tier. 425 gold. I think 425 gold might be a good sweet spot. But yeah, you know, I think in the 400 to 450 range is where you want them. For high elves to be like, man, I love spearmen so much. At this price point, like, man, that's expensive. You could get like an Illyrian Reaver instead, which is so much more versatile, but even then, you can't take too much cav. I will say their rangers are quite good, but sometimes you just need anti-large for cavalry. Rangers are not bad. They're the dryads of high elves. I think you make them 550 to be basically the same as dryads and you're good. Or buff the HP, yes. I think high elves need a 10% HP buff across the board. 425 high elf spearmen would be the best low tier infantry in the game by quite a bit. Absolutely not. Absolutely not. No. Imagine being able to take a unit that is just as effective as your 425 high elf spearmen, but you save mad money, man. Dude, Empire Spearman shields are by far the most cost effective low tier infantry in the game. By far, man. Haven't you seen me spam these guys into the horizon? Dude. High elf spearmen. I'm sure I can find a lot more that is way better, man. Have you seen how effective skink cohort javelins are? High elves would die for skink cohort javelins, man. 8,000 HP precursor shots with poison. Fairly good fighter, 5 capture weight, 46 speed, brother. Oh my gosh, that's a top tier unit for sure, man. Lizardmen love these guys. They used to cost 400, had to get nerfed to get put in their place. Have you seen Vampire Coast? Zombie pirate deckhand mobs, man. 12,000 HP for 250. Probably one of the best chaff units to eat up missiles in the game. It's almost not worth shooting these guys. They're so cheap. Yeah, nah, man. I don't think it's even close. Like, I'm sure 425 high elf spears, every single game high elves are gonna run them. Like, it's definitely like very good, but I would not say best in class by far. We have some really good range units. Zombie pirate gunnery mobs, holy crap. We see 5 of these guys and 5 of these guys every Vampire Coast game. Okay, Tomb King skeleton spearmen are, you know, they get burning headed, so that's less scary, but like, you know, Bretonian peasant mobs actually get their value back. They had to get nerfed. Grill reliques buff things up a lot, but you know, Bretonia is not the be-all end-all of infantry. It's for sure. Chaos Dwarf for warriors. They're kind of mid-tier though, so maybe I don't count them. Anyways, I think those guys are peak. Skaven slaves for 125, man. This is 18,000 HP of annoying pathing blockers, man. These high elves would take Skaven slaves for sure. But yeah, seriously, the only reason high elves take spearmen right now is because if you ask them to run some anti-large infantry, the only options they have, in fact, they don't even have anti-large cavalry except for dragon princes. If they want something that's cheap, that's anti-large, like what are they gonna bring, man? They have spearmen, and then the next tier up is straight to 850 gold Silverin. That is an expensive jump. Now, Silverin are okay, but they did get nerfed a while back, like a long time ago. So you don't really see them taking that much anymore. In fact, most of the time they take normal spearmen because you need some amount of infantry, right? Like you're not going to hold your back line with 3 Silverin. This is getting very expensive. And they do have spell resist, but they do get mulched in melee by dedicated anti-infantry. So it is a bit sus. Why is this a little darker than this? You guys seeing that? The this Silverin unit has a slightly darker it has a slightly darker thing. What's going on there? Is their picture like lower than the others? No, it's like cropped. Wait, is the unit in the 3rd spot? Is it just dark here? I guess it must be the background. That's probably what's going on. They spawn in dead. All right. You missed when Silverin were good. Yeah, I feel like when Silverin were good, that was a right proper staunch line of spears, wasn't it? Okay, I need a little bit of sustenance. 1 second, guys. I'll get milk, you know, why not? Drink me some milk. Cheers, people. Just drink milk straight out of the bag, you heathen. What about Seaguard? Too expensive. Lothar and Seaguard don't really make a good front line. 22 melee attack, 32 melee defense. 6,000 HP, by the way. Can we compare these guys to Kislev? Here, Chevron Cossars against Lothar and Seaguard. guess the Sea Guard have better stats. Oh wait, did I not select them right? Okay, wait, so I go to High Elves, select the Sea Guard, go to Kislev, have the Kossars. So Kossars have Buy Our Blood, which is one of the best passives in the game. They have more missile strength because they'll shoot faster, slightly less range. 4 more melee defense, 2 more melee attack. Or a little less weapon strength, I guess. It's fairly comparable. But Chevron Kossars suck. In fact, normal Kossars aren't even that good. Like, the rule of thumb is chevroning is just losing value in this game. You waste too much money doing it. So the fact that Chevron Kossars are kind of close to Lothern Sea Guard, it's really bad. The extra range does make a big difference, though, I will say. So, you know, it's a little bit more comparable, but not really a front line. These guys aren't a great front line either. You usually want armored Kossars. Woodsman. Wait, who has Woodsman? Oh, that's true. The High Elves do have their passive, I guess. They do have martial prowess, so I guess. It's the HP that really does them dirty, though. The HP is kind of rough, ain't it? Okay, only one more match needs to be played. As it stands, I am in 4th place. In order, Charax, Serika, Dr. Jellyfish, myself, and Navigator. I'm actually tied with Navigator. Terrifying. Tied with Navigator, huh? Kossars have 60 units. Lothern Sea Guard have Lothern Sea Guard are at 90. Kossars are at 90. Okay, they have the same entity count, so that's pretty good. So unless this match helps out Navigator in some weird way, we should be tied, and then we have to play a tiebreaker against them. It's gonna be Charax, Serika, Dr. Jellyfish, myself, and Navigator. I think the odds of me winning are pretty low. My factions don't feel that powerful, but we'll see. We'll see if we can tussle it. So most likely we're gonna have to play on Itza. Could you explain the chariot impact damage? Why they sometimes do no damage and other times a lot? They do damage when they actually when you see the unit get knocked back by the chariot. And the way impact damage is calculated is it's based on the speed of your unit and the mass along with the charge bonus value. Chariots have a lot of speed, they have a lot of mass. But a very important thing is if infantry is not moving and they are braced, both of those things give them a mass multiplier. So if you don't move if you charge a chariot into a braced unit of infantry, it will basically get stopped right in its tracks, only hit the front 2 rows of units, which means that it has fewer impact hits. And then they'll do no damage because it's only hitting like 4 guys, as opposed to charging a unit of like moving goblins. Let's say it's gonna blast right through them, so it hits all 6 ranks of goblins. Its mass is way higher because they're not braced, and that means that it does a lot more damage. So yeah, That's about it. Waiting for the game. Yeah, waiting for this last one to finish up. I'll send him a message so we can try and speed things up. Nacho, please message when you finish. Very likely we're gonna have a to play a tiebreaker against Navigator. Navigator lost to Tim the Wilder in the tournament, but he still made it to the top 4. So a pretty spooky face indeed. I see. Thank you. No problem. No problem. Does a rear charge cancel the brace effect? I think it does. I think like a full rear charge does cancel the brace, but they might still get mass just because they're not moving. I find that units that are moving, they tend to have a lot. Units that are moving have they have a lot of issues. Although I don't really know how it works. I don't know how it affects their mass. What if you bring max chariots against a Mantide build? Does your opponent just have to not move the entire game? Basically, yes. They don't move. There is an exception with pump wagons. So pump wagons in particular, you usually can't just outbrace them. And that means that you're gonna have to use cavalry to muck them up instead. So like full infantry definitely loses to 1,000,000 pump wagons. You must be careful. So it looks like me and Navigator are fighting. You and me are playing tiebreaker. That's me and Navigator. Let's see here. And then it's gonna be... yeah, me and Navigator playing tiebreaker at Dr. Jellyfish. Serika at Charix. Please stand by. All right. So we can advance top 4 for this tournament. Yo, yo, Navigator. How goes? We're playing on Itza. And we gotta randomly generate the, gotta randomly generate this thing. I think I will probably modify the tournament format a bit, so there's just fewer extra steps. 2, 4, 5. 2, 4, 5. 1. 3. Let's see here. So then I gotta go to Ulrich Rahl. My factions were High Elves, Greenskins, Skaven, Dark Elves, Grand Cathay. And that means that I'm top bracket, so that means it's High Elves versus his Kislev. Greenskins versus his Vampire Coast. Oh, that's an interesting one. Skaven versus his Dark Elves. Oh, that's not too bad for Skaven. High Elves. No. Dark Elves versus his Empire. That's pretty bad. My Grand Cathay versus his Kislev. Okay. Alright. High Elves versus Kislev. Wait. No, I screwed it up. High Elves. Yeah, I'm gonna have to change this format a bit. It's a little janky. High Elves versus Kislev. Grand Cathay versus Norska. Okay. Oh, that's a really interesting one. Grand Cathay versus Norska. Well, I'm banning High Elves Kislev. That one sounds like absolute garbage. I'd rather play Greenskins into Vampire Coast than that. Here we go. But yeah, I'm thinking the way I'll do this next time in the future, maybe people declare their 5 factions, and then instead of matchup banning, you like try to pair matchups with each other. I don't know, or like you both ban. Maybe you get to ban some factions, and then I don't know. Cathay hype, maybe he'll force a Cathay. Yeah, I'm trying to figure out what's a great way to like what's a way to do this without needing like a code to mix the matchups together. He bans Greenskins Coast and Grand Cathay Norska. Okay. He banned Greenskins Coast. He banned Cathay. I'm sorry, Craft here. Skaven versus Dark Elves, or my Dark Elves versus Empire. Oh boy. All right. Let's play Dark Elves versus Empire. I'm back on Dark Elves. You know, weirdly enough, I feel like Dark Elves is my strongest faction out of the lineup. All right. Dark Elves into Empire. A matchup as old as time. An ancient matchup indeed. Do I have anything good here? Oh, I guess I can do this. Yeah, so some problems here. He outshoots me like no one's business. Empire is really good at shooting. They are very good at shooting. So that's gonna be a doozy. It's gonna be a big doozy indeed. Other problems? They're really good at kite. So he could war wagon kite me if he was so inclined. And my options against such hate are also fairly low. Fairly low indeed. Doesn't mean we can't kill him though. I just gotta find a way to shut down his cavalry. I think that's kind of the big scary thing. It's yeah. If I can kill his cav, I think we'll mostly be okay. Sure, there's a few things that'll be a little sus, but in the end, I think it'll come down to that big fight. I wonder if Cold One Dread Knights are good here, or do they just get blasted by cav? Do I need them to kill his Demigryph Knights? I feel like Demi Knights would just mulch half of my army, man. I don't know what the crap I'm supposed to do versus Demigryph Knights. Other than maybe just spam some surrounds on them. Try and get some ranged on top of them, maybe. I don't know, but we'll have to see. Navigator's spooky guy. 2 black dragons and no balls? Oh, come on, Sharks. Why you gotta do this to me? You double black dragons, insta loss into Marcus Wolfhart. Now this one's an exciting one. Anyways, I'm thinking the pick ban system. So I like having 5 matchups and then you like try and, you try and ban it out amongst each other. Maybe one person. Okay, wait, let's see here. So I guess like you could take turns assigning matchups. That's kind of cool, right? That's gonna take a while though. Let's see here. Like you can have I don't know, maybe one person assigns the matchups, the other guy bans them. Maybe okay, so they both I don't know. How do I make this fair? So like you have people with 2 You have people with 5 matchups each. What is the best way to do this? Horned one's not a bad unit. Yeah, actually pretty cool. So you both have 5 matchups, right? Or 5 factions from both players. How do you line them up so that they interface properly? Let's see. You could have a... I think like if the players line it up, it's best. That way you don't need the janky code. So it would be what? Like, you could have a... I don't know. ROR Dread Knights is just like a horned one. Go for one. I kind of like where my build is at, but you know what? Sure, you know, you seem pretty excited about this business. Why not? But yeah, let's say you have like, let's see here. So you have the matchup, so you can have the players pair them up. So maybe one player pairs them all up. How do you make sure that's even though? I guess like, you know, one player gets 2 matchups. The other player gets the other 2 matchups. But it's kind of like he gets to pick 3 matchups, which is a little weird. Maybe they take turns banning factions. What if they just have 5 factions and you take turn banning factions? And then you have 1 left at the end? I don't know how that one would play out though. So you'd ban the, you know, the scary factions. If I allow people to like stack 1 faction a lot, I guess that's kind of cool. Round robin, including all factions, no duplicate factions for player 1. So like I want a system that, okay, nice, pretty small build. I want a system that also lets players play 1 faction if they want to just, play 1 faction. I want them to basically be able to play it like an SFT. Maybe that's asking too much of the system, but that's the rough idea. Oh, this is a crazy build. If he has artillery though, I can just burning head it. So it should be fine. Ready, good luck, have fun. I'm basically just gonna rush him at the beginning of the fight too. Yeah, here we go. He brought... Okay, yeah, he brought artillery. Fine by me. So, yeah, this is absolutely, positively a rush him down kind of game. I got hella dudes here. I got hella dudes. If we just pile driver into him and make use of the fact that he has been going for way too many range units, I think we win this. Master Engineer on a tank is not that spooky. He definitely does not cook here. My shades do get blasted though. But here we go. I'm here to trigger my passive as fast as I can. Is that a unit? Demon Knights? Empire Knights, okay. Empire Knights die to Cold One Knights. So that's not a big problem. And yeah, we're just gonna pile driver in, I guess. Cold One Knights will be here in a second. There you go. Alley-oop. There's the big fight. So we're gonna try and squeeze our boys through here. And then shut down his range tools. The range guys are the spooky forces. He does have great swords, I just noticed. I just noticed he does have great swords, which is a little bit rough for me, as I don't really have too many tools against them. I guess I can't just straight burning head him. Maybe that'll go okay. His guns are about to get shut down. Kind of whiffs his burning head too. And we nail our burning head. Wondrous. Okay, that's not too bad. You know, his lord's getting caught up. And now my front line has broken through. I kind of friendly fired with that burning head at the end there, but it's okay. And I'm just gonna ignore his great swords, man. Soon enough, my passive will trigger and we'll be fine. So I'm not too worried about that part. The, yeah, his knights again, absolutely mucked up now. And his great swords aren't the best at clearing off Dark Elf infantry. That should be fine. His lord's so expensive too. Great swords get charged in the back. Wondrous. None of his guns are online and operational, which means that it's just a pure melee fest now. And a pure melee fest should be extremely in my advantage. It should be extremely in my advantage here. Burning head on the great swords. Just get him out of here. Yeah, this is great. Oh, he has just a couple cav. My passive just triggered. He is absolutely triple capped too. He is triple capped to hell and back. One of his guys does manage to get out of there though. So he's gonna get one of his ranged units online. But it will just be the one. That's very painful indeed. Most of his cav are down. The great swords aren't too bad. My knights are just piling into his lord. I think he made the age-old mistake of just taking way too much ranged. You can't really do that unless you're like Vampire Coast or something. Although it ain't over till it's over, right? Could very well come back, but my passive triggered about as well as it possibly could have here. Okay, yeah, I guess a little bit of a route there. His lord's taking a lot of heat though. Them cold one knights are brutal. He just charges Empire Knights there. I'm sure it's fine. And then yeah, I'll just shoot these guys to death. That's not a big deal. Value-wise, I am slightly behind, but I have so many tickets, and it's gonna take him so long to retake points. I think we'll be okay. He has a Jade Wizard though. He does have a backup Jade Wizard. That's kind of funny. That's kind of funny. I'm not gonna lie. That's actually a huge money loss for him, by the way. So I'm not worried about that in the slightest. Over here, his little spears again massacred. His lord can barely escape, and there's another charge on his dudes. Ah, yeah, we got this one. I was really worried about, like, I don't know, like war wagons or something, or just like a man-tide empire. That could have been really scary. I ended up getting like a super hard counter build though. Like this was like the best build I possibly could have gone into him. Sometimes it happens though. Sometimes it's rough, and that means that our path to the semifinals should be here. This is the power of charging into unbraced infantry. Pretty good damage, and to get surrounded. I should just be able to rout them off. Shouldn't be that bad. He is losing his bright wizard now. And yeah, the value trading now swings in our favor because his range units are dying. How wondrous. Shade dual weapons. I don't think dual weapons are good. I took them because I had 50 extra gold. Before you guys really wonder why I'm running those shades, there is no fancy reason. But yeah, I think this really is just the greatest weakness of the Empire, right? Just getting rushed in the face. And on a fairly small map, too. The map was a really good advantage for us. Yeah, having two spellcasters that can't fight in melee is really rough. Unless you're doing double Necromancer. Double Necromancer, absolutely crush it. But I guess they're not technically spellcasters. You know what I mean, though. Double Necros are so meta. Alright, what we got here? I got a little bit cav. Hit him up, Shades. Beat him up. Where's my lord at? I don't know. She should be fine, though. Shades did indeed. Oh. Oh, my gosh. Last Samurai, as Turin would say. That was a huge Last Samurai. Double Alchemist. Yeah, Double Alchemist is pretty good, too, yeah. You know what? Double Caster's not as bad as you might expect. Empire Casters get as cheap as 350 gold. They can be basically free in a lot of situations. This is one Empire Spearman for your cavalry. So a lot of the time you don't really have to worry about them. A lot of other factions tend to have way too expensive casters, but not Empire. All right, there you go, Charix. All right, I brought my Dread Knights. I hope you're happy. I hope you're happy. Maybe he'll just delete his lord. Oh, the armor piercing. It's pretty nice. Yeah, you can see he actually restabilized, but now it's too little, too late. A little, too late. And there goes Empire Knights. Man, that lord though is so hard to kill. All right, I'm gonna try and stall his Empire Knights with my cavalry. All right, Dread Knights. Ooh, look at that. Pretty good surround. Okay. Dang, the Dread Knights. The Dread Knights did what the Cold One Knights could not. They killed his lord. Hey, yo, that was kind of hype. I like it. I like it. That was actually kind of hype. The Cold One Dread Knights around on him. So he's trying to use Empire Spears to go for the recapture. Makes sense, makes sense. If I ride off these spearmen, it's over. Well, it was already pretty over. Let's go! Great success! Very one-sided battle. Which puts me in the top 4. Which means that we can get started. Alright. So I'm up against Serica. I gotta do this die roller thing again. Yeah, I really gotta try a slightly different tournament format. So let's see. 3, 4... 3, 4, 5, 1. Okay. 3, 4, 5. 1, 2. Let's see here. At Dr. Jellyfish versus at Charix. Me versus at Serica Nerexa. Here's tournament link. There you go. All right. Not bad. Not bad. All right, so Serica, pretty scary. I think they're like a solid runner-up. Solid runner-up to Charix. Lord got pretty good value. His steam tank got a lot of value. But nothing else on his roster really did too good, right? Yeah, not enough damage on his range to really pay for themselves. Because he had to give up territory. Pretty brutal. Oh crap, sorry, I had to block thing up. My bad. Alright, so let's get the code. 3, 4, 5, 1, 2. And my factions. High Elves, Greenskins. Skaven, Dark Elves, Grand Cathay. I swear Dark Elves are really carrying me today. Serica's factions are... Where are they at? Only Wood Elves. He's only playing Wood Elves. Okay, so it doesn't matter. The code literally doesn't matter against him. Oh, that's hilarious. Okay. All right. All right. So we're up against literally only Wood Elves. I see. So what's the strat then? I gotta make sure I don't get kited, right? That's just insta death. Rift at World's Edge, pretty big map. Ban Wood Elves easy. So I get to pick out of my 5 factions. The 3rd best faction is gonna have to face Wood Elves. I'll ban. Oh boy. I see your Wood Elves. Nice. I'll ban. Let's see. So what do I want to play against Wood Elves? That's the big question. High Elves, Wood Elves is just a better High Elves. There's no way to put it. Greenskins is fine. Skaven's terrible. Skaven. Grand Cathay versus Wood Elves. Ooh. Oh, I banned Skaven. High Elves. What do you want to face? He chooses between Greenskins, Dark Elves, or Grand Cathay. He's probably gonna fight Dark Elves. Because it's a free win. Wait. I'll ban Dark Elves, not High Elves. You know what? Screw it. I'd rather play High Elves into Wood Elves. Dark Elves into Wood Elves is just pain and suffering, man. I just can't. Don't give me that. Grand Cathay, though. The grandest of Cathay. Oh, crap. Yeah, I only ban one. I'll ban Dark Elves. Oh, whoops, I forgot. I gave him two. I'm supposed to ban one, then he bans two, then I ban one. Whatever. I'll ban High Elves next. You know, it kind of... One thing I'm noticing with this, the system kind of works a lot faster if you have... It kind of works a lot faster if you... what's it? Works a lot faster if you have a thingamajig. If one person is locked in on the faction, and then you just ban matchups one at a time. So like maybe like a system where it's like, you know, you have one main faction and 5 counter picks, right? So top bracket plays as the main faction and the bottom player is trying to counterpick. That's kind of cool. And then that speeds up the system a lot. Because then you know who you're playing if you're top bracket. And then the bottom bracket, you have your 5 factions to try and like counter. So like, you know, you ban 2, they ban 2. Is it fair though? Is it fair? Because then you just have your one faction main. And then counter picks. So like it's, I don't know if it's exactly fair, but it does generate 5 matchups and you do get to ban 2, so it's not that bad. It could be good. Could be good. And I can say that the main faction, it's not allowed to be Slaanesh or whatever. And then it's fine. I kind of like that. That's really fast. Like when one person is playing SFT and the other person's countering with 5. I think it's a lot more interesting. I'll probably do that next time. That way you have like a little bit of fun matchup generation and you have some cool picks and bans. Wood Elves are the hardest faction in the game. Prove me wrong. He banned Greenskins and Grand Cathay. High Elves versus Wood Elves then. Oh boy. Alright, let's send him the code. High Elves versus Wood Elves. Yeah, he didn't want to play Grand Cathay. This at least is semi-manageable, maybe? Does anyone know what the stratagem is here? I feel like, God, there's so many ways you can play this. There's so many ways the Wood Elves can play this. Cry. Now remember, his infantry are better than mine in every single aspect. His cavalry, it's kind of a toss-up though. Shadow Warriors. Shadow Warrior kite him. Try to kite the Wood Elves. His Wood Elf kite him. Oh boy. Trying to out-kite Nerexa though, he's so good. What lord choices do I have here? What lord choices do I even have? Okay, I guess I have this. That's, you know, at least decent. Oh boy. Max armor, I don't know. I love that Wood Elf banner. Yo, it's real nice. Really matches his portrait too. Chariot spam. Die to Cav. What even is the play here today? So here's the thing, his cavalry are just gonna be better, right? I think there's very few ways to avoid that. They're just gonna be, it's, you know, his cavalry might not be better. Silver Helms are like pretty decent cav in general. Silver Helms are pretty decent cav, Rangers are pretty decent infantry. Yeah, I could just play good. You know, maybe if I just play this one exceptionally well, then I'll be okay. You know, like, this is not bad. Destroy the cav with missile barrage. Eltharion it up. It's asking to get Waystalker murdered. So if he has like 1,000,000 infantry, what even is the play? The Fireborn. I should take the Fireborn. Surely they don't get massacred here. Why, like, yeah, none of my infantry are gonna trade up here. I don't even know if I want infantry. Let's see. No, this is not the worst if I do this. So like the big problem here, the giant fat problem that is sussing me out, is that Dryads are the biggest pain in the butt known to man. Dryads and the Waystalkers are really annoying. Arrows of Kronos is limited to one, thankfully. But how in the world am I supposed to kill Dryads? I guess if I do something insane like this, then maybe we kill Dryads. Is this a good unit? I don't know. I don't know if it's a good unit, but you know, whatever. Whatever, I have a weirdo build, alright? I'm playing against Wood Elves. Let's just send it and hope for the best. How bad can his Wild Riders be versus Silver Helms? Charix, help me out. Charix is playing his matches right now. Mass Sword Masters, the 30% missile resist will surely carry. Are Dryads weak to fire? Yeah. They're weak to fire. Just use Flaming Sword of Ruin. Don't get shot. Good luck. Thank you, Charix. I appreciate it. I'll counter his shooting with my own massive amount of shooting. Okay, so I brought a huge kite build. I brought a kite build and only archers. Screw the front line, okay? High elves, the best asset are the archers. So, big brain time. Don't use infantry. No staunch lines here. And by playing kite, maybe we out micro him. Now, Sirika's an amazing player, but it's getting late. In Europe, sleepy times abound, right? So maybe he's screwed, right? He's gonna fall asleep. All right, we gotta put him to bed. You could be old too. You could be a father. All right, a lot of these players, you know, they're in their 30s. Maximum brain, exactly. Okay. So like he might have to put his kids to sleep too. All right, you know, and like the stress of the situation is definitely gonna win us this. He has 13 units. Oh god. All right, here we go. Here we go. Here's the big brain play. All right, we're never gonna lose this. All right, ready? Good luck. Have fun. All right, here we go. Oh god, I'm so dead. Dude, this guy's a god, man. He's a god. I'm gonna get massacred. I basically need him to flub and just take 1,000,000 damage from the Shadow Warriors. And maybe my Pyrocaster doesn't get insta-sniped by Waystalkers. Holy all archers? Yeah, that's right. And the kitty cats. They all got little cats. Dad over 30, dude, that's me. Yeah, I know my audience, okay? YouTube gives me the YouTube gives me the metrics. It turns out CA, you know, they're making games for dads in their 30s, typically. Dads out there catching strays. Oh boy, all right, here we go. Here we go, I'm so ready for this, okay? We're gonna wreck his face. 19 here. Dang, you're like a baby. All right. So he's not man-tiding me. That's good. He's probably going to rush me then. I mean, it's Warhammer. Dude, yeah, that's true. The whole franchise is like for dads in their 30s, 40s. What we got? Well, what we got here? Do these guys have predatory senses? Can they see stealth units? He's ready. He has 6 units. 8 units over there. Okay. So very interesting. We see a branch wraith over here, kind of skedaddling in. My lord's gonna hide in the trees where Arrows of Kurnos are probably gonna be less effective. I can't take a fight in the trees. That is instant death. But him, the noob, he brought Eternal Guard shields and double branch wraith. Okay. So double branch wraith is hard anti-cavalry tech. Absolutely, positively, he wants to spam Melkoths on me. It's obvious. It's the only spell he has. So that much for sure is true. Branch wraiths are really annoying too, because of their hardiness. Very hard to snipe. There's the Deepwood Scouts. We did barely manage to dodge them. Okay. My eyes are dry. It's okay though. We know he doesn't have Waystalkers at least. Double branch wraith means he cannot be running Waystalkers. So this is pretty good. You know, we have a bit of a situation here. He has his cavalry. He doesn't know where the Shadow Warriors are. And he just summoned a bunch of cav here. The thing is, he is totally able to just dodge my shots if we don't do this right. So we're gonna have to play this a little bit careful. Gonna see if I can get one big volley on his Glade Riders. He spotted me. Okay, it's fine. Not that much damage. He kind of whiffed. I kind of whiffed. Oh god, there's a summon. Some more Glade Riders coming on in. Okay, let's see how good your dodging is, man. I have more cav. Cavalry will be great. War Lions versus cav. Let's see who does better. My lord over here doing her best. It's a pretty good Burning Head, I think. Infantry's kind of stuck on each other. I do have a rather stupendous number of archers. So already, fairly good trades, right? His guys are getting brutalized, actually. And I have cavalry support coming on, and I just gotta keep him alive. He spent a lot of money on branch rates too, which is definitely to his disadvantage. Oh my god. Oh god. Okay, everything he had was in the trees. All the scary stuff was in the trees. We're backing up from that. Remember, he still hasn't taken the point. So, I guess that's pretty nice. I'm not killing the branch rates, but I can basically just ignore them. That's the name of the game today, I guess. Yeah, we're just going here. Oh dang, they're actually getting shot up pretty bad. Look at that one branch rate. Yo, this is a sick build. This is a sick build. That branch rate's almost dead. If I turn on fire at will now, they're just gonna get blasted by Shadow Warriors. And if I just play defensive, which I totally can, he's gonna lose a teeny tiny branch rate. Let's go. Sleepy times are coming. This one's it. All right. Yeah, he has a couple Deepwood Scouts in the trees. Whatever. Branch Wraith is gone. My poor Silver Helms, though. God, they're expensive. We got them. We got them pushed back into the trees. Okay, we don't want to just chuck out Burning Heads out willy-nilly. That's definitely a big waste. Value-wise, though, I'm doing great. The Burning Heads are amazing. And a big old volley on his Deepwood Scouts should just delete them. The Archer Max is the way. Oh, God. He's getting a volley off on me? Whatever. That's what Burning Head is for. I'm basically playing Wood Elves with Burning Head. So that means I am a better Wood Elf. Somehow, some way, we managed to become a better Wood Elf than the Wood Elves themselves. Annihilation Nation on those guys. And I still have the double cap. A massive value lead. I can't believe it. High Elves are the best. Who needs infantry when you have friends like this? Campaign build working. What if I just turn on fire at will? Would they just blast the Deepwood Scouts instantly? The answer appears to be yes. Deepwood Scouts on the verge of routing. I dare you to come out of the woods, man. Come out of the woods. Face me. Nerf Burning Head, dude. It did so much damage. It's like just straight up deleting all of his guys. And I'm not going in there, man. I'm not going in. I don't care how passive you're playing. The woods is a death sentence. All right. There's a volley. A great volley. Catches some of his Glade Guard. I do have another Burning Head, so I can just load up. So we bring in the Lord once again. He might be trying to bait me, though. Might be trying to bait me. I got layers, though. We got layers of archers. And I have a bunch of Cav summons, too, that I might not be ready for. Should be able to get a volley off there. Nice. Lord's taking a little bit of heat. Can you get a volley off here? He's going to dodge it. If he dodges it, he's a god. It's pretty good volley, though. Kind of hard to see where the arrows are landing on this map. My Lord took a little bit of heat. Yeah, all right, we'll just back it up. I don't need to skirmish much. We're already doing fine enough. Most of these archers are pretty good. Elves are really good at shooting and moving immediately after. So I'm using that a lot to dodge his arrows. Years of playing against Xiphos is finally paying off. There's a Dryad summon. Okay. So he's bringing in the Dryads. Totally fine. The Dryads are the be-all, end-all Doombringers. Yo, the Talons of Kalita, though, so hype. Yeah, the Dryads are definitely the unit that I was most worried about. But he doesn't know where my Shadow Warriors are. So if I just kind of position them nearby, I can just get some free volleys on him. Potentially keep him back. He doesn't have a capture point, so I can play ultra defensive now. Go even further back. Because he's not going to get units on this point. His branch rates got massacred. He has a lot of Wildwood Rangers too, which are ultra susceptible to ranged fire. It's kind of the funny thing though, right? I have no melee units for those Wildwood Rangers to shoot at. And now I'm just going to get free pot shots on his Dryads. A little bit of focus fire. A little bit of kite and retreat. He's pulled the trigger. I think he's coming for me. This is looking a little sus. I will be able to get a solid kite away from him, though. Glade Viders definitely lose to Silver Helms. That's not a big deal. Okay, I'm gonna bait this Cav charge here into a surround, into a squish surround. I've been saving up money for days, so he thinks he's stronger than he actually is. Presumably, anyways. Most of his infantry are severely out of position right now. And there's the huge Cav surround on his super duper expensive stuff. This is why I saved up money. Because it lets me do stuff like this. Great surround. Amazing surround. Now he has more Wildwood Rangers. I'm gonna keep running from them. Screw fighting those guys. I will do anything but fight them. All right, let's keep kiting backwards. Most of his infantry are super duper out of position. They're not even participating in the fight right now. I can even get some guys in the back to kill his archers. Though I think I will just save it for the Wildwood Rangers. His Dryads are dead. I gotta be really careful though. Those are Stag Knights. Okay. Gotta be real wary. His Dryads are still alive too. Gotta be careful. But the War Lions were actually not that bad. I thought they were gonna be way worse this battle, but they did actually kind of cook. How's my Lord doing? She's fine. She's absolutely fine. There's a burning head. I can start back capping to make his life super hard. Even if I am down trading, it should be good for me. We did in fact rout him. Oh my gosh. Lore of Fire. Thank goodness for the Lore of Fire, man. This would not have been possible without fire magic, I swear. And then we just shoot up his Eternal Guard. Holy crap, I can't believe it. Okay, well, it's not over till it's over though, right? He still has stags over there, and I have nothing that I can summon in, which is double awkward. I have nothing I can summon in. Huh, would you look at that? A little awkward there. It's fine though. I have lots of cav in reserve. They can come in here. Got my archers going ham. Cavalry especially going ham on his dudes. Value-wise, we are still massively in the lead, so I shouldn't be that worried. Someone's calling me. It's spam. Get out of here, man. Okay, we're good. Mid-game spam call. He's doxing me. He's calling me up. Let's see here. Do I have a way to capture this point from Eternal Guard? I have 4 cav units here. Should be doable. Maybe if I surround, maybe if I go for the middle point. That's gonna rout them off, so definitely worth. Definitely worth. What are those? Wildwood Rangers, totally fine. Yeah, he's almost tabled. He almost has no more anything to speak of. So yeah, there's the big route. And now I can finally start resummoning units. He definitely went for the long wait, but it was not enough. I can't believe it. Your boy Anticity's got the crazy builds. I can't believe it worked. I thought we were gonna get Dryad rushed. If he went for like a standard Dryad rush, I think we would have been super boned. Dryads are just, just absolute menaces in general. I didn't take the point yet. My bad. But he really went for like the anti-infantry. No one expects the no infantry build though. Spam call Forbidden Tech. Yo, I still have magic too. I got one more overcast burning head in the pocket. There's there's a capture. Those spears are braced. Okay, screw that business. We win on a double cap though. Even with that push, he doesn't have enough. Yo, that's solid, man. The mass archers. Seriously though, 5 Dryads, 5 Eternal Guard, we're dead. Super dead. Oh, he's trying to reform ranks, and we feign the charge, get us around on these guys. Get that triple cap out of the way. And then I guess I'll summon in some lions or something. I don't know. Yo, this... oh, wait, no. Most of my archers used up a good chunk of their ammunition. It was actually really, it's a solid defensive position that I managed. I got my archers able to shoot. Charix was right. Just don't get shot. Okay, so they're kind of pulling in here. I do have lions, though. You know, let's get the lions. Yeah, let's go. How my archers doing? They're cleaning up shop. He's tabled, man. He's got nothing left. He has like one super bloody Dryad. And then there's a swift charge. Oh, good maneuvering on his spears, I must say. He's really setting up so that I can't burning head him to death. Oh, he's just posting them up. Okay. Well, the burning head's gonna delete these Eternal Guard. They are weak to fire, 20%. So that's just a very unhappy time for them. Overcast did make me lose my lord. Classic Anticity. You'll love to see it. What are those? Some Glade Riders? Okay. Let's get them in. I guess I'll resummon an Archer. I still have nothing to bring onto the battlefield. And 1,300 in pocket. Real awkward, indeed. Maybe he's suffering the same problem, though. Nah, he should have so many units. Now, we're just suffering from success. Whew. Good stuff. Good stuff. I'm so thankful that I played against Xiphos in Warhammer 2. I'm so thankful. This is exactly what he would do against me if I played High Elves into his Wood Elves. Good God. Sick. High Elf victory versus Wood Elves. Oh my goodness. He messaged me. He's like, why can't you play normal for once? Never. Never. Oh my gosh. He was saying it as a joke, by the way. He's not salty. Oh my gosh. That's amazing. The Lord Suicide, 200 IQ. Oh my goodness. 1,700. Way better than... actually, you know, these guys got a lot of value too, but his Lord didn't do anything. Oh man, yo, if he went full cav, I wonder how it would have went, or like a full melee rush. I think you might be able to kite a melee rush on that map, which is why I went for this. But if you went full cav, I had no spears. I just had some cav of my own. But like Wood Elf cav is pretty expensive and pretty shootable, so I don't even know if that would win. Questionable. I'm happy to play it again with them later. Oh my gosh. Yo, this is sick. 5-1, people. I just have to beat my arch nemesis currently, who is Charix. Charix is a player, elf master, exquisite micro with his cavalry. I think Charix is like Falcon or better. At least Falcon as I remember Falcon, cavalry micro. He's so good, he can make Pegasus Knights look good, okay? I don't think there's a single person out there right now that can use Pegasus Knights and actually get their value back on them. Somehow Charix does it, okay? So 100%, unless he gets some weird loss, weird matchup into Dr. Jellyfish, it's probably going to be Charix. So we'll have to see how it goes. We shall have to see. All right. In campaign, Pegasus are the ultimate beasts. Really? Pegasus or Hippogriff Knights? Stop calling people good. You win like every tournament you enter. Not every, man. First of all, Oishi has a better success rate in tournaments than me. And Charix also has a better success rate. He just doesn't play in as many tournaments as me. So I think Oishi and Charix are legitimately really good. When I activate sweat mode though, right, it's like anime power up, then I think I can tussle if I'm playing like as hard as I can, sweatiest factions, full on counter picking. And I use like my huge knowledge base of like what 5-6 years to counterpick as best as possible. Also, yes, Pegasus die in like 1 second. Hippogriffs are amazing, okay? But no, he makes Pegasus Knights look good. It's crazy. If they aren't in my contacts list, I ain't answering. Yeah, so many spam calls, man. Yo, I heard of a funny idea to try and counter spam calls. where you basically use, like, you make a bunch of fake phone numbers that would likely get called by spam callers, right? And then you use AI generated granny voices to just pretend to be grandmas and be like, oh, you have $100 I can win. Oh my gosh. Or like, oh my gosh, I owe a 10,000 in taxes. Oh no. And then like the granny bots just kind of stall the spam callers enough so that fewer of them get to actual people. Don't know if that strat actually works, but it's a funny idea. You've been watching the Slayers Only campaign? Oh man, that one was a doozy. That one was before the Big Dwarf update that made him way better. Then spam callers employ their own AI. It's AI versus AI. The thing is, like, to actually get like you would need really sophisticated AI to do what spam callers do. You know, there's like some decision tree stuff, right? But like, you know, it's actually like the final step of getting that credit card information that is a little more difficult. Terminator spam call war. Dead phone theory. Oh man. Yo, honestly, I'm not gonna lie. It seems like the AI boom kind of plateaued already. Anyone else getting that? Like, I feel like smartphones had like a huge curve of like progression and stuff. I was wondering if AI was going to be like have a really big impact on like search engines and all that, right? How useful would it be? You know, are we gonna have like, you know, some pretty good search AI and stuff? And like right now, it is definitely a big plus. Like a lot of people use it as like a tool, but it doesn't seem to be getting much better. It kind of plateaued because people started realizing that AI is not as smart. It's not. It's an expert at nothing. It's a jack of all trades, but an expert at nothing. And it's about as reliable as a good friend that knows a lot about a lot of things. It's like Twitch chat, all right? It's like Twitch and YouTube chat, you know? I can ask you guys a question about something and you will be about as right as AI. Honestly, a very fun stream idea, you know? I made my chat fight against AI. I'm pretty sure you would lose, though. I'm pretty sure you would lose, all right? If I asked you the currency of the DRC. Or is it the DRC? I don't know. DRC's right. Yeah, okay, it is DRC. Yeah, of Congo. Okay, yeah. If I asked you the currency of that, you probably get it more wrong than AI. Yo, Twitch chat. I'm so sorry, Twitch chat, for not reading you guys more often. But hey, now that we actually got a decent amount of people, you know, I can actually read Twitch messages on the reg. No longer the forgotten child. Maybe. We'll see. Does AI know all the Baltic countries, though? ChatGPT.com. What are all the Baltic countries? All right, chat. Can you give the Baltic countries faster than AI? Do it. Oh, really? Is it just a 3? Let's see here. Baltic states. Oh, really is just a 3. Oh, okay. That's fairly easy then. Hey, you were slower. AI says Estonia, Latvia, Lithuania. That's it. I thought Baltic countries would be more. And Poland. Really? Wait, it's Sweden, Denmark, Germany, Estonia, Finland. Do those count as Baltics? What are all the Baltic countries? Because it says these are the Baltic states. Oh, maybe that's why. Baltic states. Baltic region. The Baltic region is, let's see here, northern, central, and eastern Europe. Unlike the Baltic states, the Baltic region includes all countries that border the sea. Kind of depends, right? I don't know. It's just a delay. Nordic? Well, okay, Nordic is easy, all right. You got, you have Nordland, Swedeland, and Finland. Okay, yeah, Norway, Sweden, and Finland. Yes. Okay, there we go. There we go. Easy. Yo, I got it on lock now. Okay. I just have to start with all the land. I got to start with the land meme, and then progress to the actual countries, and then we're fine. Let's go. Yeah, Nordland. yeah. Okay, we're good. Iceland. Yo, Nordland is where it's at, man. I'm just saying, it should be called Nordland. All right, if I was the ruler of the world, all right. Oh crap! Wait, no, there was more. There was more. Crap. Oh god, what was the other one? Ah, crap! I forgot I forgot. That was the 3 like top ones, but that's not all the Nordic countries. There's like a million more. All Nordic countries. All right, what are we looking at? Denmark, Iceland. Ah, freaking A-Land. I always miss A-Land. Dude. What was A-Land again? It's the autonomous region of Finland. I'm just telling, I'm saying, the brain recognition could really use some work here, guys. I don't know what you guys are doing, who you are voting in, but like, I'm just saying you can make it a lot easier for us here in Canada and America. Let's see here. Is that it though? Is that it? Let's see here. Denmark, Finland, Iceland, Norway, Sweden. Autonomous territories. Greenland, the Faroe Islands. Autonomous region, A-Land. God dang, a land. Unincorporated areas. Jan Mayen. Svalbard is unincorporated. Oh, okay. Svalbard's that super northern outpost. Is Svalbard the northernmost, like, actual, like, city? I feel like Svalbard, I remember seeing, like, was it Red Shirt Guy? Oh, God, I forget his name already. He stopped making videos. He retired. A-Land is not a real thing. Queen Maud Island is an Antarctic claim. You see it like O-Land? It's O-Land, huh? Aw-Land. Or is it like Aw-Land? Because like Aw, it's A with the little squiggle. That's got to be Aw, right? Aw-Land for sure. Yo, Danish though? Wait, what is this? Capital. Yo, this flag looks sick. Or is this the Greenland flag? Greenland flag. Oh, hell yeah. I saw this on CGB Grey. Greenland has a sick flag, guys. They have a sick flag. Did you know that the European Union is in South America? The EU is in South America. Is it because there's like a little bit of... What was that? Is it like Spain or something? I don't know. There's something going in there. Like just a tiny bit of territory that like is controlled by like a European country or something. I don't know. That's not nice. The rice streams. That's not nice. I'm a delete that message. Give you a warning. French Guinea. Is that it? It was French? Ah, so close. France's largest land border is with Brazil. There you go. Hey, Charix made it. All right, enough maps. We're not here to play GeoGuessr, which, by the way, I would be terrible at. We're here to face Charix, the menace, the absolute. Yeah, we lost to him earlier, but there's a chance that I can rig this die roller in a way that that wins it for me. All right, here we go. 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay. Totally not rigged. Totally not rigged. All right. So, nice. Okay, so that's oh god. All right. Yeah, it was just 2, 3, 4, 5. Wow. Wow, I guess you know, I guess that's how it be sometimes. So god dang it. Why you gotta do this to me, Google? So that means yeah, okay. Greenskins versus Tzeentch. Skaven versus Skaven. The Skaven mirror. Oh my gosh. Dark Elves versus Wood Elves. Grand Cathay versus High Elves. High Elves versus Lizardmen. Those be the matchups. Heading out. Peace, peace. Just one with Skaven versus Warriors of Chaos. Oh, dang, you actually did it. Holy crap. Holy crap, you actually beat Warriors of Chaos with Skaven? What a Chad. Skaven mirror in the finals. Let's go. This way someone will win with them. Oh my gosh. Yeah, this would be the first Skaven. This would be the first Skaven Skaven tournament victory. Doesn't count because it's not an SFT, but okay, what? Decrepit Moor is the map. This one is smaller than a lot of the other ones. This one's a little more close quarters. Skaven versus Skaven is the most lore accurate. Oh, Nelly. So, Greenskin Tzeentch is... Wow, I don't know how that one pans out. I think Tzeentch just melt Greenskin faces off. Skaven versus Skaven. Dark Elves versus Wood Elves. Dark Elf versus Wood Elves is bad for Dark Elves. Cathay versus High Elves is amazing for Cathay. It's amazing, man. And High Elves versus Lizardmen is kind of sus. So I think I have a slight disadvantage matchup wise. If you can win this, it would be amazing though. Got to keep Charix in 3rd place. I want to keep that. I want to keep that 2nd place shenanigans. There he is. Does he actually want to play Skaven versus Skaven? You know, I would be down. I would be down. In the end, the choice goes to him. Greenskins versus Tzeentch is such a weird one. I don't know if Greenskins beat Tzeentch. I think he'd totally get Lord sniped, but I think I would play that one. Grand Cathay High Elves. Yeah, okay. Greenskins versus Tzeentch. Grand Cathay versus High Elves. Skaven versus Skaven. He banned Greenskins versus Tzeentch. Are the 2 you can pick from. He's either Grand Cathay versus High Elves or Skaven versus Skaven. I think it actually is going to be a Skaven mirror match. That's disgusting. It doesn't get more even than this. I can't believe it. Turn would be very sad to have a mirrors in the final. Now, what wins here is the question. Listen, one of these is actually lore friendly. Do it. Oh, Nelly. It's a Skaven mirror. Now, here's the thing. I don't really know what I'm doing here. I played this mirror like once ages ago. Skaven Civil War has begun. Double Hell Pit. Double Hell Pit got me so killed last time. It's rat time. We ratting it up. Yeah, the Skaven Mirror is a weird one. Now, Doom Flayers are good. Skaven Eshin Kite. God, it's so dumb. It's a silly choice indeed. How do Gutter Runners compare to Night Runners? If I were to do it. Night Runners are like infinitely cheaper. No poison though. I think I know what I want to do though. Clan Eshin, do it. Sure, we do the Clan Eshin build. Oh, he hasn't locked it in yet. Maybe he doesn't want to play the Skaven Mirror. He realizes that I'm too powerful and that he'd rather play High Elves. High Elves versus Grand Cathay is kind of a toss-up. Should I use the balloons for the sick detection? Yo, playing against Charx is such a joy. He never plays the meta faction, so you always get some like crazy good plays and a bunch of shenanigans. But like, come on, man, you gotta do the Skaven versus Skaven, man. What's the holdup? He's thinking. I think he's probably crafting up a crazy build for High Elves to beat Grand Cathay. He's probably cooking up like a 6x skirmisher, kill everything style. What's this about Tuesday? Sorry, I missed when you messaged that. Tech Priest Toast. Amazing name though. Double Help It is memes. It's so memes. Double Mutant Rat Ogre. Actually pretty good, yeah. They're really good fighters. Holy crap. He's thinking about it. You look at offering Kite. He's thinking about it. In the meantime, I'm going to keep making the Skaven Mirror matchup build. I think that would be suicidal. Suicidal to play Grand Cathay into High Elves. Or High Elves into Grand Cathay. I think that would be one of, if not the worst ideas ever. Oh, hey, Turin's casting a tournament. Double faction tournament. Hell yeah, there's one later today. I won't be playing in it, as I got other stuff to do. And is it today? It's not even today. It's tomorrow. Wait, when does his stream set up? Is he hosting a tournament? It's live in 2 hours. Did he misread it? Is it getting shifted? It's the 28th, not the 29th. Someone message Turin. 2101. Yeah, that's that one. I'll give him a message. I'll give him a message. Might as well. Holy crap, he wants to play High Elves into Grand Cathay. All right. He wants to play High Elves into Grand Cathay. Finally, the army blocker is here. Karav Theor, I hope you're watching. Don't stop him from streaming. My bad, my bad. All right. So here's the thing. In theory, High Elves absolutely suck in this situation. In theory, like they should just be garbage, right? But there's always a chance. Always a chance that he has something insane cooked up. Let's do the Burning Wind Nomads. Red banner for Cathay today. Seriously, what is he cooking? What does he have? Like, it really is, as far as I'm concerned, the only two playstyles for High Elves is like, you're gonna kite it, or you're gonna go for, or kite it and cavalry spam. That's like the only thing that I know that works here. Now, he was cooking for quite some time before he locked it in. If you look at the High Elf roster, right? Here it is. Cav spam, chariots, war lions, dragons, kite for days, archers, maybe elite spam. And that's it. That's kind of literally it, all right? So he's gonna need to cook up a storm. He's gonna need to cook up a crazy storm here to have something that can contest here. Turin just messaged back. He's like, "Oh crap! Guess I'm hosting one." Hell yeah! We got Turin to host a tournament. Let's go! Let's go! Aw, yeah, we done did it. Helped the man out. Good stuff, good stuff. I'll be watching probably. Maybe. We'll see. I might be in the chat a little bit, but I won't be playing. I have to take it easy today. Otherwise, I might hit burnout status. Let's see here. What are we getting? High Elves, eh? The High Elves? Yeah, we can raid Turin stream. Or at least I can raid the timer for the stream. That should be good enough. He's on Twitch too. If you guys haven't seen, he is on Twitch. Very hype. Okay, so High Elves. He's gonna have a lot of archers. He's gonna have a little bit of front line. Can he shoot me to death? Like, I'm basically playing dwarves, but without the weaknesses that dwarves have. Infantry wise, I should be totally set. Totally set. That would be really hype. One of these. Or maybe even one of these. Oh my gosh, that's sick. You know, I gotta run one of these. Okay, you know what? I'm set for life. There is nothing he can bring that will cause me grief. Nothing, I say. This is an amazing build. I think. Missile Reflect spell. Oh man, the Missile Reflect. It's one of the coolest spells that kind of sucks. Unfortunately, it just doesn't really cook much. Unfortunately. Now, what am I bringing in reserves, though? I'm trying to think of, like, the possibilities I might bring. Like, what if he just goes, like, 1,000,000 Rangers? You know, or a ton of Kite, maybe. Lots of Cav Kite. What if he takes, like, 50 range units? There's no way, though, right? I don't know. Okay, I'm looking at my build. It seems fine. So we're going to lock it in. And we're going to see if Charix has the chops to claim victory in a matchup that should be very difficult for him. Jade Giant ROR. Dude, it's so cool, but its missile mirror doesn't really work in a way that is helpful. It's not arrows that enter the bullet that get reflected. It's arrows that get shot from the aura. So, like, he has to be close to the range unit that's firing to reflect. It's big suck. The Jolly Green Giant cooked up something absolutely diabolical. 100%. He's gonna come in with, like, I don't know, like a single entity max build or something. There's gonna be something insane that he brings here. There is I'll have no less. from training with Karavdir, I know the answer is always Crowmen. It's always Crowmen, yes. Crowmen Jade Lancers are... They will absolutely annihilate his Silver Helms. Problem? He's good at microing. So if he micros really well, he might outtrade my Jade Lancer Crowmen combo. Good luck, have fun, homie. You got this. Fingers crossed. I brought a fairly tightly knit build. If he went pure ranged, I do have a War Drum. You guys are going to be happy to hear about that one. Karavdir, he's here. Karavdir's here. So double Wind Blast, War Drum, Armor Amp. So my guys are gonna have basically infinite armor. And with that armor, they shall never die. Because High Elves do not have that armor piercing. Ready, good luck, have fun, exclamation mark. High Elves simply don't have a lot of armor piercing options. So he can't shoot this to death. He can't melee it to death because I have halberds. If he goes super hard on the range units, I have crane gunners, but it looks like no. He just messaged, man, I'd like to play the mirror actually. Oh my gosh, hilarious. He's probably looking at his build just like, what have I done, man? So he took Eltharion. The double Astromancer is great for leadership. He has 8 units that we do not see. I have many wind spells. At most, he has 6 kite units. Here comes the War Drum armor. So these guys are rocking almost 100 armor. They don't take any damage. Eltharion has Tempest. Okay. So just don't transform is the answer. I guess you can Tempest the Crowmen. So I have to be a little bit wary of that. Okay, now what's he doing? What are you up to, man? Are you gonna try and shoot me? I got my casters here. I got my sick casters. Zhao's I guess he's gonna go on this point. As long as I stay near the War Drum, I'm mostly okay. Whoa, man! Whoa, that's not cool. He's trying to quench me. Oh, my flesh. Oh, my poor crossbows. Should have seen that one coming miles away. At least the Harmony's helping them out. Lost almost 40 entities on that quench. Was that an overcast quench or what? Yes, he did take some damage. Okay, that's good. That's at least decent. We got the Zhao coming in here. Eltharion's kind of whiffing. That's plus. He done quenched me. He done straight up quenched me. Yeah, there's a Lion Chariots. Makes sense. You know what? These guys can play pretty aggressive, right? It's not that much you can do. I just gotta make sure he doesn't quench my poor guys here or the rest of my infantry. Hopefully he doesn't snipe the drum either. That would be really bad. Yep, just park there, dude. I'm sure you'll be fine. Reaver's over here. Gonna steal that point. He's playing real passive with his skirmishers, that's for sure. He's trying to get like the optimal volley off. Either that or he went Cav Max and this is gonna get really awkward for him. Also very acceptable. So he's probably gonna want to quench the Celestial Dragon Guard and then we bait him by turning. Some White Lions. So there's 5 units. He went White Lions. He took 1,000,000 White Lions. Okay. Well, at least that solves the question of what in the world is he going for. There you go. So we got a couple shots off on his Lions. He's not gonna get a great charge there. That's good. Cavalry on his Lions there is nice. Oh, we got quenched. Fairly cheap infantry, at least. Okay, now Zhao has some of the best breath attacks ever. He's been spamming quenches, so he doesn't have a lot for this business. There's a breath attack, number 1. So they are absolutely gone. Absolutely, unless his leadership stabilizes, that would be rather impressive, actually. God dang, he routed my poor guy, too. Pretty crazy. His war lines definitely took a lot of heat, though. Gonna have to pull back here. Yeah, gonna have to pull back. Okay. Yeah, so he brought a lot of armor. He went heavy, heavy armor. Interesting to see. I can delete his 1 archer unit at least. And his soul quenches mean, yeah, no more of this business. I just gotta lock down the 2 points then, right? Just lock him down. Stay safe. Zhao can kill off his archers just fine. Crowmen kind of throwing their lives away without using the bomb drop. That's kind of a misplay on my part. He is actually getting some fairly good value for himself too. But no more archers is at least a fairly good sign. We'll see how well his white lions end up cooking in this here situation. Zhao's doing okay. There's... Oh, he dodged it. What a god. What a god. He actually dodged the breath attack. I don't know if that was accidental or what. But nevertheless, he did dodge it. Sick plays for days. Insane. I do have more crowmen, though. This thing's just giving armor. Oh my gosh, that's a crazy dodge. It's a crazy dodge. I don't know if you saw it coming or what. But regardless, it was spicy indeed. Now, can he kill these guys, though? Can he actually kill them? Should be a fairly nice bomb drop on them. So they're dying regardless. Eltharion versus Macromen should be a fairly good fight. Yeah, okay. So they get more or less routed off. I don't have to worry about them too much anymore. There's a breath attack. Okay, have fun fighting my dudes here for the next little while. Just a mass tide of just men. Just a tide of dudes and halberds and the likes. Will it be enough? I have no idea. I definitely have harmony. And I can increase melee attack, I guess, and ITP. That's pretty good. He does lose his crowmen. I mean, his archers to the crowmen. That's pretty nice. His chariots are being annoying. Value-wise, it's a tussle indeed. What we got here? I can rear charge these guys. That's pretty cool. He's done a good job bringing only armor. We'll just have to see how the halberds do, I guess, right? That's more or less it. Does this kill white lions or what? You know, fairly good damage. It was overcast, but I'll give it a fairly good damage. War drum's coming on in. There's his barrage. Pretty brutal. I'm spamming horsemen now. Overall, he doesn't have that many units. I guess I could transform Zhao too. Might as well. You know, bring in the crowmen here. We still are down one of our astromancers, but it's mostly fine. Celestial Dragon Guard are alive, which is perfect for me. The war drum is here. You know, I got more peasant horsemen. They're coming on in. Lots of damage. Zhao with the breath attack. There's the harmony dudes. I guess we'll, yeah, get our celestials in there. And then we'll just see how good Zhao does here. Like, there's definitely a lot of harmony going on, I guess. And he used a lot of his magic early on, I feel. In a way that wasn't too impactful. Okay, here you go. Zhao Ming's Chad. He did capture my back point, but I'm kind of just playing value here. Harmony's going great. Remember, high elf infantry just sucks. They do indeed just suck. There you go. Harmony's amazing. So my guys aren't gonna rout anytime soon. And we have fully secured this position. I can now disengage and start recapturing. That blob fight went pretty good. Beast mode Zhao activate. And yeah, now he has Rangers against Jade Lancers. Okay, that's going to be really rough for him. It's going to be very rough for him indeed. My crossbows did come back. Marvelous. And more Crowman. He doesn't have any magic, so it's a perfect situation for us. There you go. This is capture. Fairly good breath attack, I think. Eltharian's going for the goon, though. He's going for the strike on my dudes. We'll see if he manages to make it. Seems like Zhao's pretty beast mode. Remember, he does have a heal, too. Zhao is kind of insane. We did lose one of my Astromancers, but one of them did live. And, okay, we have more Crowman summons on the way. Nice. I can rear charge his infantry there. It's a big old mosh pit that he'll be taking a lot of damage in. Ticket wise, I'm doing okay. Celestials are doing real nice, I must say. Come on, Zhao, just beat him up. There's a breath attack. So these guys are basically useless now because their passive is gone. Let's actually let's just send in the Cav, man. I just want to trade up here. I just want to up trade and I'll probably be fine. Immune to terror routes is really good with the war drum. That will be definitely amazing. His rangers aren't doing too well here. Trading wise though, despite everything, still extremely close. Shower of a breath attack, he doesn't. He has a Lion Chariot being an absolute menace, but I do have the double cap again. Fairly nice engagement there, and we have bomb drops. So against these rangers here, they should just die. Here you go. Fairly decent bomb drop on them. Do I have any Cav summons? No. The answer is no. My Jade Lancers need to come back into the fight for sure. Rear charge over there is nice though. Definitely nice. And yeah, this seems like a decent shot on his rangers. Not the best magic in the world, but they're on the verge of routing, which is perfect for me. I still have lots of harmony everywhere. Little rogue capture going on. Eltharian's having a rough day. It's still kind of close though, I'm not gonna lie. It is still kind of close, right? Eltharian's kind of he's kind of a menace. That war drum's doing its best, but yeah, look at them chariots. Yeah, is he gonna win this? It's very close tradies. Very close tradies. A pick on that that lion though. Lion chariot is huge. And we have Crowman here to bully his Reavers, I guess. Or maybe we can kill off his archers. Honestly, a single cap is totally fine for me. That doesn't matter too much. He's stuck desummoning his guys. And this should just be a free archer pick-off at this point. Should be a free archer pick-off. He's going to try and take this point. And you know what? I'll give it to him. The mad lad, he wants the point. We'll give it to him. Because it's going to be very hard for him to like re-secure any of this business. And his archers are in a terrible position right now. We have our bomb drops. Away! There you go. Great bomb dropping. And he didn't even take the point. Hell yeah. Alright, I'll take that. We take those. The bomb drops did immaculately versus poor archers. And now we have our thingamajig. We have a war drum helping out Zhao. If we win this fight, it would be so good for us. Looking like Zhao is having a little bit. It's a little bit spooky over there. I will say he's definitely tussled very hard, but without being able to kill Zhao, he's screwed, right? I still have his healing ability. He just needs to be flying. He just needs to take off into the air, and then he should heal, I think. Oh, I can probably take this point too. That's pretty cool. All right. He's gonna go for this capture point. Okay. Yeah, Zhao's a little bit worse for wear. He's just a tiny bit beat up, but otherwise fairly okay. As long as I just make sure he doesn't take this point, I think I'm happy. This is not like he has that much in the way of units. I guess I don't have that much in the way of units either, though. It's kind of a toss-up, really. His archers are surviving, for sure. Okay, we get a little bit of a rout. His chariots rallied. Unfortunate. His rangers slowly capturing the point. But I am on this point now. With the war drum, which is actually fairly good capture weight. I think we're just going to ignore this business. Fight over here. Get a unit of infantry. And then we'll see how this pans out. It's definitely a big tussle. I should be able to steal at least one of these points, though. He still hasn't taken this one. This one's slowly getting stolen. Okay, that's not too bad. You know what? Armor, so that his cav doesn't do too much damage. Okay, there go his war lions. I am ahead on tickets. And we took his home point. He did just summon a unit of rangers, but it's going to be very slow for him to recapture there. Zhao is a menace. Crowmen are amazing. I can finally get my Jade Lancers back. That's pretty jokes. Yeah, nice. All right, Illyrian Reavers not doing too well. I must say they're having a bit of a tough time. And we finally should be able to get a double cap secured once again. As he loses his silver helms in the distance. They will be chased off and finished. But he secures the point. What a mad lad. What a mad lad. He actually secured it. That's crazy. I was not ready for that one. That's a surprise and a half. He actually done diddly did it. He secured the point. And I'm pretty bad at securing points, so we'll have to see how this pans out. The war drum. War drum alone. Get the fear. Get the fear going. I don't know. Okay. Does he win on... do I have to triple cap him? That's what I'm wondering, right? Do I have to triple cap the man or what? The answer is probably yes. God dang it. God dang it. I'm probably gonna have to triple cap this guy. I have a good amount of cavalry. I have crowmen. He's gonna be spamming rangers into the horizon though. So we'll see. Time-wise, it's not looking the best. It's not looking the best time-wise I've ever seen. Should be able to kill off his Reavers here. That is kind of just a YOLO. So they're gonna be gone. I have some cav here. Okay. We are able to rout off his rangers. I have like 2 minutes, I guess. I have like a solid 2 minutes. We have Zhao securing this fight. You know. God dang rangers, though. Able to hold out against that big push. All right. What does he have here? Does he have anything? Oh, God. He's going to win it. He's actually going to win it. I'm going to need to transform Zhao just for raw capture weight. What a mess. What an absolute mess. All right. If he can't stop me from securing this point, though, he's pretty done for. Come on, Crowman. Get in the fight, brother. Zhao's doing his best. No, no. He's going to get white lions over there. Oh, my gosh. Oh, my gosh. He's going to get the white lions. I have nothing here. It's just Zhao. No. He did it. He did it. What a mad lad. The full armored high elf push. Crazy. Charix with the insanity builds. He did manage to win it. Oh my gosh. Yeah, that was a tussle and a half, man. That was a tussle and a half. Yeah, that's GG. GG, well played. Dang. Yeah, he went armor max against my anti-light max. What a mad lad. Yeah, I didn't really get much value out of the double Astromancer. Zhao was great. These guys did great. It just ended up being like just a right proper tussle between the two of us. His lion chariots. Oh, okay. Now he summoned 2 lion chariots. Okay. That was that was a pretty close tussle. He still had a fairly good lead. Like it wasn't like hyper close. But boy, Congrats to at Charix for the win. My goodness. High Elf Carl Franz did it. 5,000 value on Eltharion the Grim. I feel like I need like a hunting squad for him. Honestly, the War Drum was okay, but like the War Drum and the double Astromancer with no targets. I guess he was saved. Okay, so he saved the Rangers for when I was out of magic. I guess that makes sense. And then after that, we were just kind of, yeah, just grinding it out. Very even trades across the board. Fun game. Fun game indeed. Crazy fight. I think it just comes down to play style mostly. When you're stuck going armor max. Alternatively, I could have tried a spicy Crane Gunner, but I don't think they'd have enough defense. Maybe one Crane Gunner and play super defensively there would have done fine. You probably don't need to go that hard on the magic either. Like, you can probably just go Zhao, since your build will win against most high elf shenanigans. But yeah, GG. Thunderbolt. Thunderbolt instead of Wind Blast. Oh yeah, that's true. So one thing you can do if you're running Astromancer bonus dudes is you take your Randon's Thunderbolt in case they go for armor, and you'd be set. I don't play a lot of Cathay though, so fun learning experience. Anyways, that's gonna be it for me today. Charix takes the victory. I'm telling you, he's the scariest player. He just won best of 3 in a way against us. You won a pseudo best of 3. So congrats to him. I am going to send you guys to Turin. I'm gonna send y'all to Turin. He's streaming in like 2 hours. Turin, here we go. He's streaming in 2 hours, hosting his own tournament. I probably will not be playing, though. I do hope to see some cool matches. Check it out. Tomorrow, I'm gonna be playing some Warcraft 3. It's a very fun game. If you're a Twitch viewer that came from Turin, you may be interested in watching that. I am very new though. So if you want to see a man trying an RTS for the first time, I welcome as much backseating as possible. We'll be streaming at the same time as usual, 1 p.m. EST, same time we started today. Hopefully I don't get absolutely Recarino'd. And then if it goes well, maybe we'll try out some more Warcraft 3. Should be fun. But for now, have a fun rest of your day, and I'll see you guys then.